Good evening. Welcome to the third night of NERx 2026. Tonight, NERx is sponsored by Mini Prints and ITLA. Mini Prints creates scale craftsman quality 3D printed animals and figures to make your model railroad layout come alive. Mini Prints is known for its large collection of animals in multiple scales. ITLA creates fine scale 3D laser engraved and cut wood model kits that our kits are engineered for ease of assembly and can be built into multiple footprints. Every night, we have a brand new drawing for $50 gift vouchers from our sponsors. This means you'll need to enter every night to participate, including tonight. Tonight, 4 certificates will be awarded. Registration for tonight's drawing will close at 9:30 Eastern, and the drawing will occur at 10 p.m. Look for a link to register for the drawing in the description of tonight's YouTube down below the picture. You can also donate to help keep programs like NERx going. Just go to nerx.org and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click on PayPal button to make your donation with a credit card, debit card, or a PayPal account. I'm Ed O'Rourke. I'm the president of the Northeastern region. I will be your host for tonight. Thank you for joining us. Glad that you could spend some of your model railroad time with us. And now I'm going to introduce Bill Gill. William Gill was introduced to prototypical HO scale modeling while gaining a BS in information technology at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. A decade later, he started merging those experiences with his flash photography of nightlife to start photographing the railroad landscape at night. Bill, welcome to NERx. Anything you want to tell us before we get started?
Well, it's awesome to be here, and I hope folks who enjoy modeling based on prototypical railroading will enjoy the fluidity between going out and collecting images of the prototype and building models, and then going back and treating the physical landscape like a model and moving around lights as if it's a full-scale model. So that's sort of the space I've gotten into, and I'm really looking forward to some interesting discussion and question at the end of this. All right, I think we're good.
Good evening, everyone.
So,
my name is
Speed, go ahead, roll the tape.
And I take photographs of trains at night. I started taking pictures of full-size railroads and then started taking pictures of models a bit later. And I'm going to try and cover the how of this since this is a clinic. But also, as we go along, talk about the why of it, because I think that's a little bit more interesting, really. And I'm going to try, at least for the full-size trains, to reference images that I've taken in the last year or two. So just to talk about how I got here, some influences. I was assigned to the NEB&W at when I went to college at RPI, and this work study was building a series of dioramas that talked about the built environment in Troy and places north of Troy. And I think it was really successful because it focused not just on trains, but the relationships between elements in the larger landscape along the tracks. And this project was initially inspired by the photography of Jim Shaughnessy, and when I saw his photographs used as references, I thought they represented the work of the average rail fan. And this was really a cause of great disappointment later when I sort of got to see them not as reference works, but as art. And when The Call of Trains came out in 2008, I saw his night photography for the first time and really fell in love with how intentional his lighting was. Another influence really early was Brassai's Paris by Night. I think I probably saw that in high school, and at the time I was wandering around at night with a 35 millimeter, and finding his work really showed me that night could be a place, and a place you could love, and whether that's made up of foggy scenes or parties or lovers or criminals, all the things that make night night. Now, Mike Brody's period of juvenile prosperity came out a little after I started photographing trains at night, but it immediately changed what I was doing. And I started focusing on the feeling of being in the railroad landscape. And that to me means I wanted images that would make sense to other people who lived in that space or worked in that space, rather than for people who were perhaps more disengaged or viewed it from a distance. I remember seeing flashbulb illuminated caves in National Geographic, and they were visually amazing because they were so different from anything taken under sunlight, and they really proved that it was possible to photograph anything, anywhere, anytime. Also, when I was fairly young, I saw The Weed Route, which is a Smithsonian article about exploring an abandoned railroad, and the complete audacity of this trip got me thinking about space, how we use it, who gets to use it, and how one can move around in America. And lastly, I want to call out the Library of Congress's Historic American Engineering Record. It was really formative for my thinking about how one might record the industrial space around us. And amazingly, this is the Troy gas holder, and this is right around the corner from where I live. So it's great to see it recorded. So before I photographed trains at night, I went out based on everything I'd seen and shot some tunnels and drains, which is sort of an urban answer to National Geographic's cave photography. I photographed some waves at night, which I work around water a lot anyway, but a lot of people worry about the railroad environment at night and safety. Working in a wetsuit alone at the beach at night is proof that it could be a lot worse than the railroad environment. And it really demands that you understand that you can't control the environment. You just have to work in it. And that's helpful when shooting the trains. I also spent some time climbing up on top of spaces to get these vistas at night. And it's not quite Brassai's Paris at night, but it is pictures of the night. And like Brassai, I spent a couple years shooting parties and bars, and these were really made with a mix of strobe and long exposure to catch the movement and mess of the whole scene. And after a few years of doing this, I realized I wasn't capturing anything new or different, and it doesn't really matter either way because the iPhone had just come out and it was making images at night that were good enough that it wasn't necessary to go out and make these. People could just take their own party photos, and that's great. Okay, we're back where we started, and we're on a hill in the San Bernardino National Forest, and thanks for going through about a dozen frames with me without any trains in them. So I came here to photograph a BNSF train working up this really substantial grade at Sullivan's Curve. This is a really well-known railroad spot. And this is an important transportation corridor. The San Andreas Fault cuts right through here, and it makes a pass through the mountains. So there's a modern highway. There's the former, and it's now demolished, Route 66 is here, or was there. There was the Mormon Trail. The PCT is a hiking trail up the whole Pacific, like the Appalachian Trail. It's there. And then there's 2 or 3 railroad lines right in here. And I took my lights to California to really photograph mountains. That was the goal. And it was important that I get away from trees, because with trees in the way, it's very hard to tell that you're in the mountains. And here I could light up all these rocks and really capture the outline of the mountains in the distance. So, you know, how did this picture come to work? My wife and I explored it in 2024, and I returned with a friend to shoot it in 2025. And I didn't want to drive my rental car over the fire roads to get there, so I just hauled in my gear by hand in the desert, and I found that my friend had just driven his school bus in there. So he was there when I got there, and we just hung out for the day setting up and then waited for it to get dark. So here's a map of the lighting plan. In the top of the picture is a blue pin with this blue triangle under it. The blue triangle is the view shed, what you can see from the camera, and all the other pins are the lights or radio repeaters. So after putting the camera on the top of a hill on a tripod, I just left it there all night because it's fine to sit out by itself. And the next thing we put down was a radio repeater on a hill that had line of sight between the camera and itself, and also all of the other lights in the scene. And I'm using pocket wizards to radio synchronize the flashes with the camera to make these images. And they have an impressive range, maybe half a mile at best case. But if you start hiding lights behind hills or metal things or whatever, like metal things like trains, it really diminishes the range. So repeaters make things much more reliable. And then there's 6 speed lights used here, each one with this yellow area sort of showing where they're pointed. And because there's a lot of glare in this image along the side of the train, it doesn't really take much light to get the job done, which is great. And I felt really under-provisioned being in a huge space with just speed lights and not my bigger studio lights, but this was the most I could get onto the plane, so that's what we used. Also, trying to cut down light, I didn't bring light stands. I brought these monopods and tent stakes and tent guy wires. It's about 1/5 of the weight of a light stand, and they pack up a little smaller, so I could bring more of them. And that's just a regular speed light on top of it. And on top of that is the Pocket Wizard radio release. And I'll talk more about the gear in a little bit. But after the train went through, we took the shot, and while we had walked around iterating through where to put the lights, at the end of the night, we just drove his bus around and collected all the lights, and then he dropped me back at the hotel, and then he left again to go camp. So that worked amazingly well, and I've never had such a large vehicle to work from before. All right, we're back in New York State. This is Lock 10 on the New York State Barge Canal, and like the picture of San Bernardino, or at least of Sullivan's Curve, I'm really fascinated about how transportation networks layer on top of each other. So the Erie Canal was here, later the Barge Canal, which we see. There was 2 railroads here. One was behind me, it's gone now. It's a hiking trail now. And then there's the water level route in the background here. And there's also the New York State Thruway that goes the same pass through around the eastern seaboard mountains. So I really wanted to get the railroad and the river and a dam and a lock all in one shot, but it's a bit of a challenge. I hope that the orange life ring there really starts to say that this part in the foreground is a canal lock and it's for people and boats. I hope that works. And then besides the sheer size of the dam, this scene is a real challenge because the trees behind the train are closer to the train than the train is to us. And what that means is that if you put lights on the shore with us, the trees in the background will be as bright as the train, which is really not the desired effect here. That wouldn't look great. So the solution to this is to put lights on the bank with the train and get them close to the train. And that's what I did. And then the train, and then the bridge work over the dam is lit from the other side as well. So I often work from canoes so I can go places that would be difficult to get to other ways. And the gear itself here travels in Pelican cases, which are waterproof and relatively indestructible. So that's all the gear, all stacked in there. There's battery inverters. There's our Alien Bees for lights, and a bunch of radio sinks sitting in there. And if there isn't room to put lights on dry land, this is from a different shoot, it's also possible that I can just bring tall light stands, these are like 35, 40 feet tall, and I can just drop them overboard and put lights anywhere, which is really, really nice. This is another example of the tall light stands, so you can see a little bit better. This is the same place, Lock 10, but from a different shoot, illuminating this building. But you can see this tall light stand here, and there'll be another shorter light in front, and by putting them away from each other, it ends up softening the light a little bit, filling in each other's shadows. And one of these is really tall because the camera vantage point is tall, and I don't want to have shadows on the top sides of things. It looks really, really unnatural. So elevating the light up to the camera height is really important to make things look natural. All right, so moving on a little bit down the eastern seaboard, this is Harper's Ferry. And this is another really well-known railroad spot. It's at the junction of two railroads and two rivers. There's also the C&O Canal here and the Appalachian Trail, and all this transportation and industry and history is all squeezed into a little valley. And I came here to photograph what almost looks like a absurd model railroad scene with these huge cliffs, and the train comes out of a tunnel and immediately over a giant bridge. It hardly looks real, but it is real. And this is a picture of coal empties headed back from port back into where there's mines. And there's a lot fewer mines than there have been in the past in this area, but the size of the extraction is enormous. So there's these huge coal trains still going through, which is quite the sight to see. So this is a slightly different view of the scene taken during the day. And you can see there's no canoe needed to do this because there's this walking path on the side of this railroad bridge, and it's all fenced in. And it's where the Appalachian Trail crosses here. So I didn't think there was room for tall light stands on this pedestrian access path because it's pretty narrow, so I clamped the lights on the bridge here directly to the chain link fence. So I took something that was completely in my way and turned it into a helping hand for me. And you can see that it was raining when I set this up. So everything got wrapped in trash bags. That's a really good way to let you work in any weather. And the trash bags aren't really waterproof. They just keep it off the top, and then if any water gets in, it can just pour out the bottom. So that works pretty well. And I don't have a picture from that day, but the camera is also under a trash bag, just all held down with clothespins. And just looking back at the final image, to make this work, it's really a spectacular case of perfect logistics at this location, because almost everything is parkland and there's a pedestrian bridge across the river, so you can go almost anywhere you can see here. If you wanted to go to the top of that cliff, you could, and that's really, really, really lucky. and this would have been almost impossible if this was all private property. So, very nice place to shoot. So, one of the advantages of working at night is you can completely hide elements by not lighting them. So this this caboose is in a town park, and the tracks were photographed separately. And while Photoshop is a great tool, it doesn't solve the practical problem of getting the motion blur that you'd associate with flashbulb photography, which is what I wanted. I wanted to backdate this image. And you don't get that kind of blur at all with strobes. So to create this motion blur, I built LED lights that sync with the camera, much like a strobe does or a flash does, but they stay on for about 1/10 of a second. And at this duration, you don't need any active cooling that you'd normally need with LED lights because they don't stay on long enough to burn up. And this is true even when I'm driving these LEDs at about 400% power. So each one is pulling about 250 watts, and they're still not as bright as strobes. So there's lenses on front to focus the light and, make a brighter beam. Now, I really, really hope that someday soon, continuous portable LED lights will render these completely useless. But for now, in this narrow use case, they're brighter than anything else, but just for 1/10 of a second. So another way to show speed, not blur, but is with exhaust swept back, or in this case, snow just getting kicked up. And this image was taken with just 2 strobes, both back around the corner there, and another radio repeater to get the signal back to them. And then one strobe is on one side of the train, the other was on the other, and that's pretty much it. And between the high ISO necessary to get the headlight like that and capture the locomotive going about 90 miles an hour, and then the stainless steel cars and the snow on the ground, it doesn't really take much light to light this up. So the 2 lights were enough to do it, and I really think this shows speed well. So while speed can be a big component of what's noticeable when you're standing by the tracks and a train is going by, I want to focus on a different thing. I want to focus on the lasting effect of railroads on the environment around them, railroads and industry. So this is the Housatonic River and the aptly named Housatonic Railroad going along it. And there's this dam, and you can kind of go insane trying to get a good picture of a dam and a railroad at night at the same time. But this isn't really my favorite implementation of a night photo in a lot of ways because the background is so close to the tree and so bright, or the background is so close to the train rather, and it makes it sort of so bright. But I really think that this implicitly tells the story that there's industry around and shows the effect of damming it up. I mean, this would have been a little stream in a gorge if it weren't for the dam, and now there's this big placid river on one side of it. So I really think that's amazing. And of course, the railroad and the mills and everything grew up with each other, and that's why they're there. And just upstream is still a active paper mill, and they have a dam there that helps. I don't think it does power anymore, but that's how they get their water. So just the monumental scale of how industry changed the landscape, I think, is the thing that keeps bringing me out. These are 2 bridges, and they're both shot vertically, so I'm putting them in the same screen here. On the left is on the left is Catskill, New York, and the tracks along the Hudson on their northern end, towards Albany are really up in the Catskill foothills almost, and here they're going over the Catskill Creek, and there's a couple crossings that are really quite high, and so there's a town and there's this creek, and then there's just an enormous bridge over the top of all of it, and I think that scale is just amazing. So I'm really happy that you can just make out a bit of the houses in the background, and you can imagine how we came about to having houses underneath a railroad bridge, and what it would be like to live there and have the train rumble over the head and ballast, shake off and fall down, and everything just got squeezed together and built up, even though there's plenty of room in New York. Everything got built around these falling water and transportation water and the railroads and everything. On the other side is Strucca Viaduct, or at least a tiny little bit of it. And I just can't get over the stone construction here. I mean, this looks like something, these stone arch bridges look like they're something that belong in Europe. And it's a little hard to believe that they got built in America, and you can imagine that long after this is being used in this way, this might stay around, or even if it's ruins, it'll be conspicuously there. Just the scale of this thing is amazing. So it felt really interesting to be able to photograph something of this size and this weight, when you think of steel or timber being far more common here in America. And it's being able to share these. I mean, this is a well-known railroad place, and if you like trains, you've probably seen a picture of it before. But being able to light it up at night and produce a study of it, I think, hopefully shares with people just the scale of American railroading. So I hope that's what they take away. So I want to move on from full-size night photography and take a look at how we apply this to model photography. So here are two scenes that I really love. One is a Fisherman's Lane, that's on the Boston, Maine, and this is the first place where I took a really good night photo. And this D&H train was headed over to Saratoga after dropping cars with the bat and kill. And the other scene that I want to discuss, these are both real trains. The other scene I want to show is the nightly CSX train down the Hudson line to New York City. And this goes on the side of the river that Amtrak runs on. So these two trains, one up and one down, run at night. And I saw this collection of buildings here at this site probably over 20 years ago from the Amtrak train, and always wanted to photograph them. And then amazingly, someone cleared all the brush and started working on them. So I rushed to photograph them. And the reason that I, after photographing these scenes, felt compelled to build models of them is I spend hours on these sites walking around to set up the lights, and really honestly a lot of walking around just to stay warm. So I really start to think of them in three-dimensional terms, and that really comes out as a model. So I set about building this as a model scene, combining the two of them into a single diorama. And we were pretty locked in during the pandemic, so what else was there to do really anyway? So I started with the bridge. That was pretty easy. I sawed the sections off Atlas deck bridges and epoxied them to an aluminum channel, and then put, I think it's Campbell ties on top, and that ended up looking great. And then I carved abutments out of Lego blocks and set the whole thing together. Next, I went back and photographed the buildings during the day. They were scratch built, and I didn't take any measurements or anything. I just lifted that from from aerial photography while back home. But I wanted to have nice detailed pictures of all sides of all 4 buildings that are on the site. And they were built with stock styrene and Tichy windows and other detailed parts. And well, that was the first step to making those houses work. So the last thing I did was spend a really long time building a ton of trees, and you can see them in here. They're all built out of wire and fine nylon and then foliage applied. So the result was a 2.5 by 8 foot diorama, and with the houses on the Hudson line sort of replanted along Fisherman's Lane. And here you can see I'm lighting the houses to replicate the Hudson line shot of them. And the diorama is just on sawhorses in my studio, so I can move it around and get the lights anywhere I want. And I really found that in this case that I put the lights of the model more or less where I put them in the real world. So that was pretty amazing to see. I used a fogger to add some atmosphere, and you can see that effect on the light here. And the lights are constrained using something called snoots, which is just a black tube, and the amount of beam spread is controlled by a combination of their diameter and length. And you could make these out of cardboard tubes and spray paint in black or gaffer's tape, but I opted for some silicone adjustable ones from Magmod, which just magnets stick onto a speed light. They're handy if you're going to be doing a lot of this. And then the black sky, you can see it in the background, is just a black tablecloth from Target. And I'm pretty happy with the result of the model scene. The depth of field was managed by shooting at a fairly high f-stop and then photo stacking. And photo stacking is where you take photos at different focus points, put it into an application like Photoshop, and basically it aligns the images and then erases the blurry parts from each, arriving at a image that has complete depth of field throughout it, or depth of field wherever you want it. Just some notes on this as it pertains to flash photography. If you use the camera to drive the focus, which many cameras can do, you need to remember to tell the camera to wait a little bit so that the flashes can recycle between each frames. Now, I just advanced this by hand using a manual focus lens, and it was fine. Another thing to note is, as the focus advances down the length of the scene, the focal length changes a little bit, so the field of view changes a little bit along the way. So it's really important to check the composition at both focus extremes and to make sure that you are getting everything that you need. It's really just wise to shoot a bit wide. And I was more happy with the replication of the D&H scene. But here it became really, really clear that physics don't scale. And I was really lucky that I could move the lights far away to create more even light. So this is particularly important on the broad side of the train here. Now, light falls off as a factor of the distance from the light to the subject squared, and that makes a lot of sense because light isn't illuminating in a line like a laser; it's illuminating a surface area. So as it grows, it's a square. It's squared. So the closer a light is to a subject, the more dramatic the fall off is, because the relative distance side to side is pretty big. So if you want even light, it's important to get the light far away. And this sort of makes sense. The sun is pretty far away, and the light there might be harsh shadows, but the top of your head and your feet both have the same amount of illumination on them. And there's a lot of modifiers, like a semi-translucent box that goes on top of a flash, and they're designed to soften light. But it's important to know that they do that because they send light out in every direction, and it ends up bouncing off the ceiling or off walls or something like that. If you used it in outer space, there'd be almost no difference between a light with a modifier on it, that kind of modifier on it, and a light without. Like, it doesn't really matter. It's just the size of the surface area, the lighting surface, and the distance to the subject. So we really don't want light bouncing off the ceiling or walls here, because that really kills the nighttime feeling. So it really pays to be able to back the lights up. So it's really nice to be able to have this on a module that you can pull out from your layout and photograph in a studio setting where it's a little bit more controlled. And on the chance that you can't do that, which seems for most of us pretty likely, really take a look at how filmmakers manage this by bouncing light off panels. And this allows them to increase the distance from the light to the subject and make it far greater than any run you could otherwise have, inside of a studio. So that's really what I learned photographing these at night. And I, intended to install this permanently after I was done shooting it. So I took every opportunity to photograph it when I had the ability to move it around in the studio and it wasn't stuck to a wall somewhere. So looking here, this is my first two shots were keeping the bridge and the houses separate. So it was like the original scene. And then I took one of the combined scenes looking across the river with the houses on the other bank. And while this doesn't look like Fisherman's Lane, nor does it look like Nut and Hook where these houses are, I think it looks like somewhere along the tracks in America, and it's pretty successful in that way. Just like with the full-scale photography, there's a flash behind the houses, providing some glare on the sides of the cars, and the LED lights on the locomotive itself are pretty dim compared to the flashes being used, but that's okay. The train's not moving, so you can, use the strobes to get the light where you want it, and then allow a long exposure so those headlights burn in and look nice and bright, just like the real thing. This is taken sort of looking between the houses, and there are two outbuildings behind them, and it's really nice to have this kind of depth of field. Here I have a light pointed right at the nose of the locomotive to kind of give the effect of when the headlight bounces back off other objects and lights up the front of the locomotive. And I've also put some lights again on the far side of the houses. And this time isn't so much to put glare on the side of the train, but to create these hard shafts of light that cut through on the grass. And that's the kind of thing I think we're used to seeing at night, where a light source is sort of blocked off in many places, and there's just bits of light in very narrow places. This photo represents something I've seen, and for me, makes me feel really nostalgic. And that's when you see the headlights of a passing train light up the glass insulators on a telegraph line. And I really wanted to do that. So this is, a clear plastic telegraph arm. And then I've painted with really, really dilute Tamiya paints to get that green and blue casts on the different ones. And then there's a light, again with a snoot on it, to really get a lot of light up on the up on those reflectors. And I've really worked hard to keep the trees dark so the reflectors can stand out just in that little spot, so your eyes drawn right to them. The other thing that's going on here to make this look more realistic is there's a light with a warming filter on it pointed at the grass on the side of the right-of-way up front, and that's to represent the headlights lighting things up in front of them. That little reflection off the railhead, that's real, that's off the LED, but this other stuff up front, the LEDs would never light that far. So I've added a bit to give that effect that you'd see in real life. This is another combined scene, but I think it, looks a lot like the American Railroad landscape. Here, this is a regular, relatively old Atlas model, and I added the ditch lights and the ground lights under the cab. I just used a hand drill and drilled straight through and put an LED for the ground lights, and I think they really add at nighttime, so that worked pretty well. And I think this really looks like it could be anywhere in the Northeast. And I'm gonna close, I think, with this image of the D&H going through the scene. The water in the foreground is just plywood covered with sanding sealer, painted black, and then several gloss coats on top of it to get the reflection. And again, I'm adding extra light up front to make it look like the headlights illuminating in front of the train. And here I'm using a thing called a flag, which is really just like a sheet of cardboard painted black, or foam core or whatever, to keep the lights off the trees in the foreground but allow them to get onto the train. So I really wanted to give it the effect of the layers of greater depth than we might achieve in a model that you might see with a train going through the woods at night. So that's what I was going for here. So I think that's what I have to share here. And what I'd really like to do is just open this up to some discussions and some questions. I'm sure I've left out all kinds of technical details that might be interesting to people, but it's sort of hard to guess which ones are which. So I look forward to having a discussion here. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that presentation. We have Will here in the studio with us, and we've got a few questions that we'll put into the chat that we'll give a try to. The first one is, how do you set your flashers to avoid scaring train crews?
Yeah, it's something that I started out and I wasn't very good at, and I'm really grateful that I got some workable feedback so I could keep doing what I was trying to do. I think the biggest thing is that I try to put lights where the crew isn't likely to be looking, which is generally, down the track. Or, if there's a signal right there, like maybe don't put the light where the signal is. So that's right where they'll be looking, or intersection, stuff like that. So a lot of my pictures, the lights are actually behind the, like in the background, producing glare up the side, up at the front. So those are completely outside the view of the train. And then sometimes if I'm gonna light up the nose, I try to do so, of the lead locomotive, I try to do so really hard angle, almost like 90 degrees to it, which is really hard with timing, but you're trying to just light a sliver of light. And that looks a lot more like nighttime than just blasting things head on. So I can tell if if I see someone's face all illuminated, I did a bad job. If the bulkhead in the back's all bright, not so good. I'm really trying to put the lights where they're likely not to be looking is the thing of it. And because even a small amount of light when it's nighttime can be pretty obnoxious. So no one likes it.
Yeah. If it's all of a sudden bang, there's a big light in the face. Yeah. A couple of other, these kind of, I guess, maybe go together a little bit here. So one question was, do you concern, with all the expensive equipment you have, of it taking a walk when you're putting it out in a more populated area? And second, also, how do you transport all that gear safely to a site?
Yeah, actually, and it's just because everything got wet, so it's all drying out. But I use Pelican cases. Those black boxes behind me. They're a little expensive, but they're foam padded and they're waterproof. and I shoot around the water a lot. So they're really, really good. If you ever just let go of one, falls in a river, you can go fish it out later. You don't have to go worrying about chasing after something or do something stupid. Just let a tool go and go get it later. Don't take any physical risks, because that's the other thing is it's a lot of expensive equipment. But say you're a quarter mile from the road, that's a long way to go with a broken leg or something. So equipment goes in the Pelican cases, and then am I worried? I started out really worried about people walking off with it, but I've ended up more worried about like cars hitting it by accident. So I try and keep it out of the roadway, try and keep it conspicuous if that's important, or like strap it to a telephone pole where no one can accidentally get at it by mistake. And so I've never really had anything walk off. The biggest thing is being away from the equipment. If puffs of wind come at night, like when the temperature changes, I've had them blow over. So now I sometimes have some bungee cords with me to maybe tie it to like a guardrail on the side of the road so it's tethered down, or I just find some loose rocks on the ground and pile it on the light stand legs to keep it so they stay upright. By far, the wind has been the most dangerous, disastrous thing. People just don't care that much. It's kind of funny once you get used to it. It's like not once you get used to not irritating people, they just leave you alone. So don't take too many flashes in a row. That's when people start to notice and get upset. Really space them out.
Okay. Yeah, that's yeah. So don't be a jerk. Yeah.
Don't be a jerk.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously clear in your photography methods that you've learned a lot and evolved over time. Did you have a big aha moment that changed how you did your night shots, or?
Yeah, I had this really strange experience where I was set up in the Berkshires to take a picture of this stone arch bridge. They're up there on the BNA, and they're really, really cool, these historic bridges, and some are in use and some aren't. And I was taking a picture, and the guy pulled over and said, "Oh, you're the second guy here with a bunch of lights taking a picture." Well, that's bizarre. And it turned out the other guy who was taking a picture there is Gregory Crutzen, who is a fine art photographer and the head of the photo department at Yale. And he takes these pictures, which are more like film stills. And he's not after trains. He just happened to be there. But after learning about him, I looked at his pictures, and they really looked like nighttime. And I started looking at all the way that my early photos just had like light flooding all over the place and not controlled and doesn't look like night. So I really started looking at his work, or you start looking at cinematographers more than other photographers for how they rig the light so it looks like nighttime. And what ended up happening is I ended up using a lot more light to make it look like night than I did to make it look like a sort of awkward day picture with a black sky. Because if you backlight something, it just takes a ton of light back there to maybe get the diesel exhaust. You're just piling lights back there. So I ended up using more lights to get the darker look. And seeing his treatment of nighttime and his respect for it really opened my eye to like when I saw it, that's what I wanted to be doing, wasn't doing it right. And I didn't realize it until I saw his work.
Okay. Interesting. Speaking of that, I guess a little bit, of course, people equate night photography with Winston Link. Could you talk a little bit about how flash photography has changed since his time?
Yeah, Link is amazing because he was doing the synchronized flash bulb work, and now flash bulbs pack a insane amount of light compared to any strobes you've seen. But you can only fire them once. In his time, you had to pull cable to each of the lights. So if you could just imagine, pulling cable down the tracks and through streams, like what an obnoxious thing that is. And of course, you could only see you could bring developer in your trunk and you could develop it and take a look, but it wasn't like you could just pop off a bunch of flashes and look. With digital, the way digital is, and the film speed was really, really slow. ASA 25 that I think he was using. And now, our digital cameras are really, really tolerant to, much higher ISO ratings. So that's all a lot of stuff that's changed. Lighting gear has gotten really, really, all things being equal, really, really inexpensive. Really good cameras have gotten, again, they're expensive, but they're a lot cheaper than they were in the 50s or 60s. So it's opened up a lot. I use radios to synchronize the lights so I can put them all kinds of places without worrying about, will the train run over my cable? I don't have to like fish
Okay.
it under the rail or any of that stuff that he had to do. So on that end, a ton has changed. On the Jim Shaughnessy, who also did night photos. Now he did them by holding everything still and painting with flash bulbs, which gives a different effect. But he when he was still alive, he told me that I had it too easy with all the technology. I won't disagree with that assessment, but other environmental things have changed. There's fewer longer trains now than there were then, so there's a lot more waiting around. Folks are a little less tolerant of being around the railroad tracks than they were at the time. So things are a little initially less friendly. So that's a different challenge. So, while the technological landscape has gotten a lot better, no doubt, going out and actually finding a train to photograph and a place to do it from that isn't totally overgrown and isn't, where the railroad doesn't want you has gotten a lot worse. So, some things better, some things worse.
Okay. You talked about flash there. Do you have a preferred flash? So it says always wanted to do night photography. So what do you suggest? Have a recommendation?
Yeah, I'm using for the synchronization between everything. I'm using this the product from this company called Pocket Wizards, and their E-based firmware, if you see anything with an E at the end of it, is good for almost a quarter mile synchronization, and then you can do repeaters. So you can go quite a distance. I started with other lesser technology. This is going to sound like an ad for these guys, but I started with other technology, and I realized that if I was going to go stand out there for 6 hours and wait for a train, I couldn't have technology failure on the sync because I was just bleeding money on my time. So the synchronization bit is really, really important. So I really like their thing. It's a specialized tool. For the flashes, I have 2 sets of gear. I use Alien Bs, which are big monoblock strobes for studio work. They're things with bigger reflectors. They cost a lot of money. They have their own battery inverters that you can put them on. You put them on light stands. I sort of tell people each stand for that is about $1,000. Every time you put a light down, it's another $1,000 with the radio sync on it. So that's an expensive way to go. The other thing that I like, and now that cameras are better with less light, I like to just using speed lights. So this is a Godox TT600. It uses AA batteries. It's pretty awesome. And you can buy a fleet of these. These are like $75. So you can start with 2 or 3, sort of the minimum set to do theatrical lighting. And then you can buy a whole fleet. And then the only other secret that I have is that's a cold shoe up top, up on the head. So the radio sync sits on the cold shoe. So it's not dangling around, down where the radio, is fouling the light stand or anything. Sits up on top, nice clear thing. So this is like doubling your radio effectiveness for like $2. So it's a good trick. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the Godox is really, really good. Really inexpensive.
Okay. So with model photography, a couple of questions here. One is, in your model photos, do you use the focus stacking, the stacking the software? And the other question is, if you've ever done model steam engines, and if so, what do you use for steam?
So they instructed me not to use yes or no answers, but yes, I use photo stacking software. The depth of field potential that gets is just amazing. When you do, with some cameras, you can set it to drive the lens from a start point to end point. That way you don't have to touch it and don't introduce any shake, and it'll just drive the lens and take the shots. If you do that with strobes, you have to give it a little bit of a delay, and that's usually cameras allow for that. So the flash has enough time to recycle. So you got to kind of bake that into your thinking. I have one of my favorite sharp lenses is a Voigtlander 40, and that's a manual focus lens. So I literally just like very delicately advance it by hand. But you got to give the flash some time for the stacking. But the nice thing is, if you're doing it that way, even if you're trying to emulate daylight with flashes, the sun's not moving around. So even if it takes you 15 minutes to take the shot, your shadows don't move. So there's advantages to photo stacking under synthetic light. And I haven't shot any Steam, only more contemporary stuff, but I have tried to shoot under hazy conditions to emulate a shot. And for that, I used a mosquito fogger filled with baby oil, which is just an amazingly dense fogger, and it lasts forever. So I, got a box fan in here to smooth it out, and you don't want puffy clouds. So I, ran it through there and filled this. I did my shot, and then I sort of felt like I smoked a pack of cigarettes. So I'm not so sure. Maybe don't fill your workspace with the result of a petroleum-based fogger. I don't really think that was a great choice.
Yeah. Well, that's probably not. Yeah, you get
No,
trouble is you don't know what it'll do until you're about 70 or so when you
yeah.
more.
But
Yeah.
there's some interesting things that I've seen people do with e-cigarettes and aquarium pumps, the bubbler pumps, to draw off a vape. So maybe you could get, like, I haven't tried this, but it could be interesting with some flexible tubing behind the stack, and could you
Right.
could you direct a vape in the way you wanted? And of course, that's also propylene glycol, so then you're getting sticky sugar on stuff, which might not be great either, but could be cool.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're going to move on here at this point, unless you've got something you want to finish up with.
No, just thanks for letting me share this process, and always connect with me. Shoot me an email, whatever. Happy to discuss stuff as folks
Great.
light stuff up at night.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah. So we're gonna move on to a tip and trick from James Lauser, and then go right into the model showcases. Go ahead, Speed.
Hi, my name is James Lauser, and I'm a member of the Hudson Berkshire Division. Today I want to talk to you about 3 really simple things you can do to take more realistic photos of your layouts using nothing but the smartphone that you already carry around with you every day. All of the model photos I'm showing here were taken with my Apple iPhone 13, but the techniques apply to any relatively modern phone. This is a preview of a larger clinic I'm planning to present at the Eyes on the NER convention this October in Southbridge, Massachusetts. One of the big benefits of taking model photos with your smartphone is that you can use its compact size to your advantage. If you want to create the illusion that your photo was taken by a real person of a real thing, you need to position the camera somewhere that a photographer could have been standing. Because your phone is so small and thin, you can position it around or behind scenery much more easily than with a larger camera. And because the lens is so small, the perspective of your photo can be much closer to that scale photographer's eye level. If you take a look at most photos of real trains like this one, you'll see that they're usually taken looking straight on or even slightly up, because real trains are so much larger than the person behind the camera. The upward angle, like in this shot, can also be quite dramatic, giving an even larger sense of the size of these machines. Looking at this model photo, you can see that this is a very nicely detailed scene, with lush foliage, excellent water texture, and a photo backdrop. But it's immediately obvious that this is a model, because you're looking down at such a steep angle. Compare that to this shot. This is the exact same scene with the train in the exact same spot, but now we can imagine that the photographer is standing next to the bank of the river, looking up as the switcher rumbles over the bridge. Here's another even more dramatic example looking up at a short passenger train crossing over the creek. And another example where the photographer is standing on the other side of the lake while these steam engines pause to take on some water. As I mentioned, the size and position of the lens on your phone can help get the point of view of the camera closer to where a person might be standing. Usually when you're taking a photo with your phone, you'd hold it with the lens toward the top like the upper picture, especially if you're right-handed, since this will put the controls on the right side of the screen. But you may want to consider flipping your phone over, since that'll put the camera at the bottom closer to the ground. It might not look like that much of a difference, but in small scales like HO or N, every millimeter really does count. My next tip has to do with depth of field. Many newer smartphones have multiple cameras on the back that are paired with different kinds of lenses. If your phone has a wide-angle lens, you can use that to your advantage to make more of your photo in focus. If you aren't familiar with the concept of depth of field, here's a simple example. Depth of field describes how much of the area in front and behind where you focus your lens is also going to be in focus. You can see in the diagrams that the photographer has focused their camera at the deer's head. The upper diagram shows a very shallow depth of field, with only part of the animal in focus and all of the surrounding scenery blurry. The lower diagram shows a much larger depth of field, where now all of the subject, along with the surrounding trees and the hill in the background, are sharp. The effect that depth of field has on a scene is proportional to how close or far away the focal point is. When photographing a real train from hundreds of feet away, it's easy to get the whole scene in focus because your depth of field is going to be very large. But when your subject is a model and you're only taking the picture from a few inches away, this becomes much more challenging. This photo was taken with my phone's standard camera. You can see that I've focused on the locomotive. It appears nice and sharp, along with the water tower right next to it. But the cars and buildings closer to the camera, and also the backdrop behind, are blurry. Now I've refocused the camera on the closer buildings, but this now means that the locomotive is well out of focus. On most camera apps, you can usually adjust the focus manually by tapping on the screen at the object you want the camera to focus on. It is possible to combine these two pictures together using Photoshop or a photo stacking tool, but doing that's a lot of work and typically requires the camera to be set on a tripod so that each picture is taken from exactly the same spot. That eliminates a lot of the benefit that we're trying to achieve here by taking a photo with your phone in the first place. Here I've shot the same scene, but now with my phone's wide-angle lens. You can immediately see the difference this has resulted in. Now nearly all of the scene is in focus all at once. You can also see that I haven't zoomed all the way out here, instead just barely zooming out enough to get my phone to switch cameras. You can do this by touching two fingers to your phone's screen and pinching slightly in. Here's another example. In this first shot, the camera is focused on the mobile home in the middle, but most of the rest of the photo is blurry, and you can't make out the car in the foreground at all. Now I've refocused the camera to show you that the car has stopped to deliver the mail, but it's so close to the camera, that's now the only thing that's sharp. But again, if we switch to the wide-angle lens, now most of the photo is fully in focus. The car still appears a little blurry here compared to the last shot, because the wide-angle lens on my slightly older iPhone can't do as close macro focusing, but newer models might do even better. My last tip is a quick one. Taking photos from a low perspective like I was talking about earlier can present some new challenges. It's easy to catch something in frame that'll ruin the illusion of your image, especially when you're going to be using a wide-angle lens. In this picture, I've got a nice low perspective, shooting straight ahead at this approaching freight, but my camera can now see past the end of the layout, capturing some of the ceiling and the lights, which looks pretty bad. But this is easy to fix if you go into your photo roll right on your phone. Just tap Edit, choose the crop tool, and adjust the border to cut out what you don't want to see, and save the changes. And now you can see that I've saved this pretty nice photo from an otherwise pretty ugly shot. That's all I have for you today. Thanks for watching, and I hope you'll consider attending my clinic in Southbridge this fall.
Welcome to the 2026 NERx Model Showcase. Over the course of all 4 nights, you will have the opportunity to see all of the models submitted for the showcase. Let's check out Part 3. Yesterday we saw examples of Jeff Murphy's work in O-scale, following Lance Mindheim's technique of laminating real photographs of structures to a plastic shell. Here is another example of his work. Jeff took the original photograph in the Southern Pacific Rail Yard in 1993. He scanned the photograph and edited it using a photo software program, squaring and sizing it for O-scale where 1/4 inch equals 1 foot. After editing the image, he printed it, cut out the wall segments, and glued them onto a plastic shell using the exact building dimensions. Here are photos of a scratch-built 36-foot wood boxcar built by Dave Durer of the Lakeshores Division, showing the model in progress and nearly completed. The model is based on Master Model Railroader Jim DeMarco's Build It series from NERx in 2024 and the Lakeshores 24 NER convention. The model is lettered for the Seneca Lake Ontario and Western, the late Ray Howard's fictitious slow route in 1925. Hub Division member Kyle LeBlanc's winter project has been the Amarella Quarry. Kyle is very happy with the way it is turning out. He still needs to add ground cover, plus paint and ballast the track. The project started with a Walther's Glacier gravel kit, expanded with additional conveyor belt kits. The second building is made by Tully Models. Kyle won the Tully Models structure from the Around the Layout podcast last December. The rock work is just carved insulation board and painted with acrylic craft paint. Speaking of winning, Central New York member and master model railroader Ed O'Rourke won the raffle for a gift certificate from Interaction Hobbies at last year's NERx. Ed bought the Shack Machine Works kit and spent several weeks building it. It is a very well made kit and the instructions were quite helpful. It includes a set of stencils for the painted sign on the front of the building. Ed used white pan pastels for the lettering, which gives it a nice painted on look. He added some interior details and lighting, but everything else came with the kit, including some tanks and small details not shown. Ed's next step is to plant it in Cheshire, Connecticut, on his Canal Line branch of the New Haven. Ted Damone, a modeler in Rhode Island, built this kit-bashed tower house based on an actual tower on the New Jersey Central Line. Ted converted the tower into a two-level apartment building. This ends part 3 of the NERx Model Showcase. The final installment is tomorrow evening.
Hello, and welcome to the presentation for our next in-person convention for the Northeastern region, Eyes of the NER, located in Southbridge, Massachusetts. 3 divisions are working together to bring you the next convention, as it will be centrally located between Worcester, Massachusetts, Providence, Rhode Island, Springfield, Massachusetts, and Hartford, Connecticut. Our convention will be held at the Wellsworth Hotel and Conference Center located at 14 Mechanic Street in Southbridge, Massachusetts. The hotel was originally home to the American Optical Company. This photograph, dating from the early 1900s, shows the massive size and scale of this business. Their presence in Southbridge has earned it the nickname of the Eyes of the Commonwealth. We plan to leverage this history in our convention as we strive to see the NER through a different lens, both literally and figuratively. The fall timeframe for our convention should provide some magnificent New England color to serve as a backdrop to photographic opportunities. Peter Watson will have more on that when he talks about clinics. Our hospitality room will be in the former office suite of the CEO of the American Optical Company. The area, complete with a stunning marble staircase, has been preserved as part of the latest renovations. While there's plenty of old world charm in the hotel, the conference center is modern and state-of-the-art. Conference Center has a large and welcoming foyer with the clinic rooms and main ballroom all on the same level, a short walk from the hotel registration desk. The Conference Center was originally opened as a training center for the Department of Defense and now is used by groups for conferences and seminars. The rooms will be ranged for our needs and should provide ample space for both make and take clinics as well as theater style seating for our traditional clinic track. The hotel is a fitness center, indoor swimming pool and hot tub, and racquetball courts for use by all hotel guests. There are over 200 guest rooms at the hotel, and we've set aside a block of room for our attendees. The rates secured for our event are $129 per night for Thursday night and $169 per night for Friday and Saturday nights. The rooms are well appointed and spacious, having been recently renovated. Our block contains a mix of 2 queen rooms as well as king rooms. The hotel reservations are open. Go to the conventions.nernmra.org website and visit the hotel page to find the link to create your reservation today. There's lots to do in central New England this time of year, and we will have lots of activities for our convention goers to enjoy during our event. One of the premier tourist railroads in our area is the Essex Steam Train. We plan to have an excursion ride on this railroad as part of our extra fare offerings. Essex offers both steam train excursions and a riverboat ride along the Connecticut River. Come explore this tranquil area, and again, surrounded by fantastic fall color. It's sure to be a delightful experience for all. The largest outdoor museum in the Northeast is located just minutes away. Old Sturbridge Village will transport us back in time as we explore the 40 buildings that make up this museum. Our personal guide will help us understand what life was like for the early settlers of our country. Come and celebrate the 250th birthday of our country in style as we explore this nearby treasure. There will be much more to do at this convention. We're currently exploring a visit to the Connecticut Eastern Railway Museum, as well as a visit to the Connecticut Trolley Museum. Stay tuned and visit the convention website, conventions.nernmra, for more details. Again, this convention is being brought to you by 3 divisions. The Hub Division, the Little Rhodey Division, and the Nutmeg Division are all working to bring you a fantastic event. Peter Watson is the convention chair from the Hub Division. He's joined by Sue Osberg, who's the superintendent of the Little Rhodey Division, Art Dutra, who's the superintendent of the Nutmeg Division. Mike Wheeler and Mark Herrick from the Nutmeg Division are helping out, as well as Joe Broadbine, Ron Norette, Dana Andrus, John Russo from the Hub Division, and Steve Erickson from the Little Rhodey Division round out our current planning team. Stay tuned. Come back and visit the website often to find more details. We plan to open up reservations for the convention in April. We'll announce this via the constant contact email address for the NER. So if you're not currently getting NER emails, be sure to go to nernmra.org and sign up. We look forward to hosting you in Southbridge, Massachusetts, October 15th through 18th. Come join fall color, bring your camera, and maybe even a bicycle. Thanks for listening. Welcome, everybody, to Night 3's Roundtable. My name is Dave Inslee. I am the Northeastern Region Convention Chair. That really just means that I find other people to do all the work that run our great conventions. So the team here today is working on the next one, the Eyes of the NER in Southbridge, Massachusetts. So we're looking forward to hosting everybody. We got a great lineup already under works. We talked about some of the trips that we've got planned. The other things we've actually firmed up in recent days is a trip to the Connecticut Eastern Railway Museum, along with the Connecticut Trolley Museum. So that'll be more things to do outside of the hotel. But one of the main reasons people always come is for the clinics. And Peter Watson is from the Hub division. He is the local convention chair as well as the clinic chair. He'll be talking a little bit about clinics today. Mark Herrick is coordinating all of the layouts and operating sessions for us. And Dana Andrus is working in the model room and display room. So we'll be talking about that. But first, Peter, why don't you give us a highlight of what's going to happen with all the clinics?
Okay. Thank you, Dave. And just like to once again say welcome to everybody. And we hope that you come on up and see us in Southbridge in October. We're going to be right in the middle of leaf peeping season. So you'll have a lot of scenery that you can look at and hopefully get some good photos. So we'll talk a little bit about the clinic program. Speed, can you run that video?
A big part of every convention is the clinic program, and we are hard at work to bring you a great one. We will start off on Thursday with a stop at Palmer, Mass, at the passenger station on the CSX main line. This station has now been restored and is the home of the Steaming Tender restaurant, and it just happens to sit in between the CSX main line and the New England Central line. Here we see a set of NEC engines sitting waiting to get the signal after the CSX train clears the crossing. This is also a great site for rail fanning, as the CSX and NEC lines run right by the parking lot. Mike Tylick will be there to share tips on photographing the big trains. CSX, Amtrak, and New England Central trains all use this trackage, so be sure to bring your camera for this one. Speaking of photography, we all like to take pictures of our trains, whether model or prototype. There will be several clinics on different aspects of photography. Jim Lauser will show us what can be done using a smartphone camera. These photographic powerhouses rival the traditional SLR these days, and you can get some really stunning results using them. After you arrive at the hotel, be prepared to take in some tips and tricks clinics. These will be 10 to 15-minute clinics on a variety of subjects, from simple rusting techniques by Bill Brown to making wire trees by Paul Stamp. Steve Erickson will show how to make a portable workbench, and there will be others as well. Starting on Friday, we will have a program full of clinics on a wide variety of subjects. This shot shows a sample of weathering a boxcar and Dennis Colucci's How to Weather a Boxcar. Mike Wachowski will show us how to use found stuff for scenery. In this shot, we see using tar paper for roads. And in this shot, making retaining walls from decorative matchsticks. And he has a whole bunch of other tricks up his sleeve as well. You'll want to see this one. Nothing can destroy the illusion we are trying to create faster than a town full of empty buildings. Mike Tylick will show us how to make quick interiors for our buildings. Mike will show us how to make interiors for our buildings without a lot of extra effort. Perhaps your interests lie in railroad history. If so, check out Steve Erickson's clinic on the Franklin to Bristol, New Hampshire Railroad. We are also working on several make and take participation clinics. Andy Reynolds will be back to take you through assembly, painting, and detailing another bar mills kit. And while the details are not yet finalized, we are also working with Finaro and Camerlengo to have them do a make and take of one of their line of resin car kits. We are also working on another make and take clinic of a more ambitious scale. In 2027, the Green Mountain Division will be hosting the NER convention in Burlington, Vermont. We are partnering with them to do a T-track make and take clinic that will span both conventions. This clinic will involve building a T-track module. In Southbridge, you will start building the module kit over 2 one-hour clinics, one on Thursday and one on Friday. This will get your module done to the point where they can be connected together and actually run. Then you will bring it back on the following convention in Vermont to finish it, adding scenery, structures, and other details. And once again, at the end of that session, they will be connected together and run. The clinic programs are still evolving, and we are working actively with clinicians from all across the region to bring you a varied and interesting program. Keep your eyes on the NER website for more information and updates. All right, so that was a quick overview of some of the things that are going on in the clinic program in the fall. We have a lot of other things. We're still working on getting more clinicians, but check in on the website from time to time, and the updates will be coming, and you'll be able to see new additions to the clinic program as they come on. One of the things that we're investigating or looking at is having a photography clinic that actually lets you do some model photography there. And at this present time, I'm not sure whether it's going to be on a module that's in the clinic room or whether we're going to go out into the train room and use one of the modules that's set up out there. But I'll let Dana talk about the train room, and he can tell you a little bit about what's going on there. Go ahead, Dana.
The eyes on the NER 2026 convention team is pleased that there will be several layouts available at the hotel. We expect to have a Fremo layout of unique design, a T-track layout, a modular HO club layout, and a times favor switching challenge layout. One of the layouts we anticipate being at the hotel is a Fremo layout. The layout is an organic design that is inspired by prototype railroad operations. Fremo is a modular-based layout. Like all modular setups, Fremo guidelines are specific regarding end-to-end connections. This is the main emphasis of the layout. Unlike most modules that have 90-degree corners, Fremo allows the modeler the freedom to design a module that is a regular length, a connection angle of, say, 27 degrees to the adjacent unit, and permits freedom to introduce grades into the module. This freedom makes the Fremo layout a unique viewing experience. Giving the meandering design, this layout will be one-of-a-kind chance to experience the fun and challenges of operations. You will have the special privilege to operate on the layout. Time slots will be available that coincide with clinic times to allow you to fill an open slot with the once-in-a-lifetime chance to operate on this particular Fremo design. This is an opportunity to add another unique layout to your list of operations. The layout will be approximately 1,600 square feet in size. I have not had the opportunity to operate on a Fremo layout in person. I look forward to experience the challenge at the convention. Not everyone has a spare time to build a medium or large layout in HO scale or larger. We all know that as the scale is reduced, we can fit more layout into the space. N-scale T-track is a chance to live your dream of an operational layout in a smaller space. A spare bedroom, a corner of the basement, or a portion of a garage will give an 8x8 T-track layout enough space to enjoy operations. A layout this size would fit in a shed if space dictates. We anticipate that having a T-track N-scale layout at the hotel. If you are thinking of moving after this winter, it may be a good idea, or downsizing. This layout could provide ideas for your new layout. Another layout at the hotel we anticipate is a second HO modular layout. At approximately 480 square feet, the layout is another chance to experience the individual expression of ideas into a modular club format. We all enjoy watching trains from prototypes to scale trains. As modelers, we appreciate the effort required to build modules, transport them, set up and break down of the layout, as well as operating the layout. Come see what the Modular Club has to offer. We will have a time saver switching layout at the hotel to challenge your operating expertise. We know you are all experts at switching operations. We are looking to see who is on top of their game at the convention. Rules and car placements will be posted. We will present certificates of excellence to the top 3 conductors at the Sunday Awards breakfast. Please follow the convention website to view updates to be confirmed layouts. As it is too early in the season to finalize their plans, we are in talks with several vendors to participate at the convention. Please follow the convention websites to view updates regarding vendors. There is a hobby shop in the area. C&H Trains is located in Palmer, Mass, near the Diamond Crossing, the CSX and New England Central Railroads. Located at 1085 Park Street, US Route 20. C&H discounts 10 to 15% off of manufactured suggested retail price. They're open Wednesday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. For more information, visit cnhtrains.com. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dana. And of course, one of the big parts of any convention these days is the layout visits and the operating sessions. And Mark is heading up that part of the committee. And Mark, it's all yours.
Very good. Thank you, Peter. So I'm going to open up a screen share here for the layouts that we do have available for the convention. So we have quite a few layouts. We have 11 operating layouts available, and we have 16 open houses. And one of the premier layouts we're going to have this year is Neil Schofield's, the CP Newport and Lindenville. Most people know Neil from his prolific modeling and different publications. He's got a beautiful layout, very photographic, the backdrops and the blending of the scenery. He does a magnificent job of weathering his equipment, and a lot of the structures on Neil's layout are actually prototypical to the location and scratch built to reflect that. So he will have an operating session available at his layout. Another large layout in the area is the Worcester Model Railroad Club over in Webster, Mass. And the Worcester Club is a pretty large club. They've been around for quite a few years. They have a nice operating layout there. It's pretty good size. They have quite a few slots available. Actually, they're going to offer 4 different operating sessions with up to 10 operators at their layout. So it'll give people a good opportunity to get some wide open running on some large main line, some large trains. A smaller layout in the area is Tom LaValle's. Tom's in Putnam, Connecticut, and Tom models the Providence and Worcester. And for those that know this area, the Providence and Worcester is a pretty substantial railroad in the area between Rhode Island and Massachusetts and Connecticut. And Tom did a nice job of reflecting a lot of the industry and things around the Worcester and the Providence area on his layout. A little bit different, definitely different from me because I'm an operations guy, but his O-scale 2-rail looks very interesting. Rich Godfrey's Mountain Division, and Rich models the Boston and Maine Central up in the Crawford Notch, New Hampshire area. He actually has some helper traffic to push trains over the hill up at Crawford Notch. And this would be a very interesting layout for somebody that's maybe a HO scale person or an N scale person to try something different. I'm really looking forward to seeing this layout, and I'm lucky enough getting in on the operations. A typical layout, Gary Muncie's Cheat River. Gary's been on a lot of the recent operating sessions and other conventions. Gary's got a great layout in his basement. It's a freelanced railroad. It's a reflection of the CSX. He runs a lot of mainline trains, has a lot of local switching. I've actually operated there myself and had a great time, and Gary's a great host. Randhoven has an N-scale layout, which is we go from the O-scale 2-rail to an N-scale layout from Randhoven. A beautifully scenic railroad, operates really well, and he is going to be opened up for one operating session. So for people that have an interest in operating, I've operated on several N-scale layouts, and they operate typically extremely well. There's really no issues with being an N-scale operation. So if somebody's operated on N-scale, I would encourage you to come to the convention and give the N-scale a chance. It's a really nice running layout. I've operated there myself. The Southern New England Model Railroad Club. Once again, we're back into O-scale, 2-rail. I've never been to this club myself, but they do have a nice looking layout, transition era, and they will be open with 2 different operating session capabilities there. It's a very large layout, and I think people would enjoy the size of the operation and the wide open running of O-scale, which is pretty unique to be able to have that opportunity. The Nashua Valley Club in Shirley, Mass. They have a beautiful club layout, double deck layout in the modern era. It's based on the Massachusetts area of the country. And one of their signature scenes is this bridge scene that they've built on their layout. That bridge is probably about 8 to 10 feet long in actuality. So it's an impressive structure. They do a lot of dispatcher control, CTC. They're getting into that right now. I don't know how far along they'll be when they're open for the operating sessions, but it would be something to get over there and operate at the Nashua Valley. I guess my favorite, my Burlington Northern Santa Fe Montana division will be open on Thursday for an operating session in the morning. The BNSF that I model runs from Spokane, Washington to Shelby, Montana. We run a lot of mainline trains. It's roughly 50% scenic. It's in a 20 by 26 foot room, 2 decks. The first deck is not scenic, but the second deck is fully scenic. It's full CTC operation with a dispatcher typically from Florida, but I understand the Florida dispatcher may be up actually here in New England for the convention. So it will probably be dispatched locally. The next layout we have is the Providence Northern Club. They're over in Warwick, Rhode Island, and they are a large club. They operate pretty regularly over there. And that's another nice layout with some wide open running, HO scale. Give people an opportunity to run some long freight trains. It is fully scenic. They do have a dispatcher on the property that would be dispatching the layout. So that would be a fun time to get over there to the Providence Northern. Ken Harstein, I've never been to this layout, but I've heard a lot of good comments about Ken's layout up in Holyoke. He is an N scale. He operates a a timetable train order type of operation of the Southern Pacific. He has a lot of experience, I guess, living over in the Cascades area of California. And what this layout, I guess, reflects a lot of that experience that he had over there. Something unique to see Southern Pacific in New England. So it may be something interesting for people to get over there and take a look at Ken's layout and possibly get in on an operating session on his nice operation there. So that finishes up the operating session section, and we go into the tours. We have 16 layouts right now, and actually today I picked up 2 more guys that are very interested in possibly getting in on the open houses. We have quite a few different layouts coming at you. Steve Carlson's, Rich Hopkins, an O-scale 3 rail, Scott Olson, the Pepperell Southeastern, another O-scale 3 rail. Washakem live steamers, a unique thing on exterior operations, a live steam. Chris Adams, Valley Line, a lot of publicity on that line. He's in Connecticut, Southern Connecticut. Bill Schneider, the New York, Ontario, and Western, also in Southern Connecticut. James Mayo, the Shreveport and Central Mississippi. He's also in Southern Connecticut. And Wayne Olchowski over in Manchester, Connecticut, the Corkscrew and Vineyard. And that's the end of the presentation on operating layouts and open houses. I hope people will come out, take a look at what's available, what's in New England area, and enjoy the convention.
Thank you, Mike. Mark. It looks like we've got a good program on layouts and op sessions going, so we hope you all come out and enjoy it. We'll be working between now and then to improve and add to the programs, all of them as we go along. Do we have any questions?
Yeah, so we got some questions coming up. The first one, of course, is will there be a shuttle to Treehouse Brewery? I know Treehouse Brewery is probably one of the highest rated New England breweries. They're only serving direct to consumer, so you have to show up in Charlton. It's a very short drive from the hotel. So it's something for us to think about. We haven't currently scheduled a planned trip to Treehouse, but it's certainly a must-do for any beer lovers. The follow-up question to that, is there public transportation to the site? So the closest public transportation is the train to Palmer. Palmer is about 30 minutes away by car. So if you do need public transportation, reach out to us and we'll try to help you figure something out. But there isn't any direct public transportation to the hotel. The other kind of hotel related question was, is there a restaurant or bar on site this year? The answer is yes. The Shades Lounge is a full service bar and restaurant at the hotel. It is only open for dinner. So we will post, we'll be offering some box lunches for folks that don't want to leave the hotel, but we'll also post a long list of dining options in the immediate area. There's a few places literally a half mile from the hotel. But there is a working bar and restaurant that is available on site for dinners. Another question that came up is, who do I contact to bring a completed T-Track module to the convention? So I don't know, Peter, if you have any thoughts. If someone already has a T-Track module, is there a way for them to bring it and display it? They could certainly do that in the model showcase, but what other options are available?
Yeah, have them contact me and I will talk with them, get back to them and we can discuss it. So you can contact me at pawnh@comcast.net. Is my email.
You can also post a question through the website. There's a contact us form that you can fill out and we'll make sure that gets routed. Another question was about for the make and take clinics. What do we need for tools? Do we need to bring our own tools? And if so, which ones? Peter?
We have 2 make and take clinics we're working on. Andy Reynolds is going to do one of his clinics again. The tool list that he recommends will be published as part of the program. And the other one that we're looking on, we're like 90% sure it's going to happen, is Finaro and Camalingo, but they haven't, at this point in time, they haven't completely confirmed it yet. And I talked with them today. They were getting ready to go up to a show this weekend, but she will be getting back to me. And we also have a list of tools that they will recommend. As far as the T-Track build, I don't have a list right in front of me, but from the meetings that we've had, I think it's fairly simple, and we will make sure that that list gets put up on the website. But you're talking, a screwdriver and a hammer and a knife, modeling knife, and that stuff. There's nothing very esoteric about what is going to be needed for that.
And maybe a question for Mark. If I'm a newbie operator and I want to just go and observe, is that going to be a possibility, or will I end up getting in the way?
No, I think some of the layouts will definitely have space for somebody to come in and just watch. I would suggest you look at the layouts that have a higher number of operators. I wouldn't pick a layout maybe that only had 4 operators. I would tend to go towards the layouts that were 6, 8, or more. So that they have the space, because typically the layouts that list a lower operating number, it's because they're a smaller location, with tighter aisles or tighter space. So I would definitely, reach out that way.
I know a lot of people are a little apprehensive when they're going to attend their first operating session, and I'll admit that I was on the first one or two that I went to, and I was a professional railroader, for heaven's sake, but don't be, because everybody's great at these operating sessions. If you have questions, they're always more than willing to help you out, and you go and maybe you don't know what you're doing, but you still have a good time doing it. One of our local hub division members every couple months hosts operating sessions for hub division members, and we always get some new people on there, and sure, it doesn't go as smooth as it does when he has his normal weekly operating crew there, but everybody has a great time. So, if you're a little apprehensive about it, don't worry about it. Jump right in. It's a great time. And after you get to see it the first time, you'll love it. We won't be able to keep you away.
Yeah, I would second that. I think, especially at conventions, we're very open to new operators, and all the layout hosts are great, and it's a great chance to learn and find new layouts.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with all that. You should definitely, if you're a new operator or you've never operated, don't be bashful. Come forward, step forward. And I think all the operating layout owners that I know that are on the convention will definitely be more than willing to work with you and help you through it, and be very understanding of your skill level, and bring you along, teach you the ropes.
All right. Another question is, can someone that's someone's new to conventions, hasn't been before, what's really the process look like? So let's talk about clinics for a second, Peter. Do you have to sign up in advance for all the clinics, or how does that work?
The only advanced registration for a clinic is for the make and take clinics. And that's because we have to make sure that we have enough materials for the people that are in the clinics. There's generally a limit to the number of people, because the clinics can only handle so many people during the time frame that they've got. So those will have to have a pre-registration. It will be on the registration form. Other than that, just be there when the clinic starts, and jump right in and come on in and enjoy the show. We're going to start off with something a little different this time, as you saw in the beginning of that little movie on the clinic. Mike Herrick is going to be out at Palmer. And Mike is from that area originally anyway, and knows the railroad quite well. But the CSX main line goes right by the Steaming Tender restaurant, which is in the old passenger station there. That's on one side. On the other side of the restaurant is the NEC main line. They come together a little ways away at a diamond. There's a lot of railfan activity or railroad activity over that spot, and that's why one of the reasons we picked it, because if you're there for a while, you're going to see trains going by, and Mike will be there to help you out. Mike is an accomplished photographer. He's a graphic arts instructor, and he will be there for the afternoon to kind of answer your questions. And again, it's just drop in. There's no registration or anything for it. Bring a camera with you because you'll kick yourself in the butt if you don't. But it's the same with our other clinics. They're all open. You just be there when they start.
Yep, and the same is true for some of the trips. So, for instance, the Essex Steam Train, the Connecticut Eastern, and the Connecticut Trolley Museum will ask you to pre-register for, and that's so we have a head count, but also we get a discount off the ticket prices. So we will pre-register those events and then collect the fees in advance. And then your ticket will be provided to you at registration. These things are also open to the public, so you can go on your own if you can't go on the specific times that we're offering, and just pay full price. We'll also have a complete list of everything going on in the area for you to enjoy on your own time. So those things you will not have to sign up for in advance, but the main trips we will ask you for, just like we are for the make and take clinics.
Yeah, there is a pretty respectable list of different museums and wineries and vineyards and all manner of things that would be of interest to people. Far too many for us to include in the program, but that list will be available, and we'll include it in your registration information.
Yeah, my wife and I recently went down and toured the Optical Heritage Museum, which is really the collection from the old American Optical Company that has been moved into another facility. And it was a very fascinating museum. It's again open to the public, but the gentleman that runs that, who's a volunteer, was very interested in our event. So he might even come talk to us during one of the clinic timeframes about the history of the building we're going to be in, as well as the surrounding area. There's a rail trail that goes right by it. So, you know, we're talking to the person that's going to be our banquet speaker. He also is a local historian. You know, is there an opportunity to do a walking tour within Southbridge? And so there's a lot of really kind of cool stuff going on. But I think really that kind of wraps up the time we have for tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So next up on the list, I think, Speed, we've got a tip and trick. So why don't we roll that tape?
So this project uses an Arduino and a motor controller to make a circuit that will start a train automatically, run it till it hits a sensor, stop it for a period of time which you can set in the software. Then after it pauses, start it up again, go to an end station. At the end station, the circuit will turn it around and send it back in the direction it came from. You may notice that the train is starting up. There's a little bit of momentum in it. So it starts a little slowly and it slows down, braking with momentum, as opposed to just going on and off. Here we are back to the beginning. And this will keep doing this forever. The circuit itself is an Arduino, a motor controller, and some electronic components that are set up on a breadboard. I use a couple of LEDs so you can tell something is going on. That center LED is for the station. It flashes to tell you the train's taking off. When it gets down to the end, the other LED goes on. Now you'll see it'll flash a couple times and then it'll start up slowly to get brighter and brighter, and that follows the track voltage. And the most amazing thing about this circuit is this is an N-scale Bachmann locomotive that I bought at a tag sale 50 years ago, and it's been sitting in a box. It's plastic gears, and it still runs. A couple of cautions. There are some locomotives, the paint is not reflective in the IR spectrum apparently, and these little detectors don't see them. They just keep going. The second thing is these are 80-cent sensors. So I have a safety at the end of the track. If you're setting this up, I recommend using a little piece of dead track at the ends, just in case something goes wrong. After all, we are using the cheapest of the cheap when it comes to components here.
The wiring of this project is actually pretty simple. You have the Arduino, which is the brains, and the motor controller, which does the work. And other than that, there's just a potentiometer and a couple LEDs. So, starting out with the motor controller, you have these two connections, which go to your track. Then you have 3 screw terminals. The first one is plus 12 volts ground. That's your track power supply. The middle one is ground. And it goes to 2 things. It goes to the ground on your power supply, and it also has a jumper that goes over to a ground pin on the Arduino to tie the 2 boards together. The third screw terminal is plus 5 volts. When you have everything set, you can take a jumper from plus 5 volts to plus 5 volts on the Arduino, and you can run the Arduino off of the motor controller. You don't have to have a separate power supply. The next 3 control the amount and direction of track power. When you get the motor controller, there's probably going to be a jumper on this first pin. Take that jumper off. That wire goes up and connects to pin number 3 on the Arduino. And that is the wire that carries the signal that tells the motor controller how much voltage to send out to the track. The next 2 control the direction of the train, and they connect to pins 5 and 6 on the Arduino. The next is the potentiometer. The outer 2 legs go to plus 5 volts and ground. And what I've done up here on the breadboard is I've made the inner rail here a ground and the outer rail 5 volts. So anything that needs 5 volts can grab it there. The middle leg of the potentiometer goes back to the analog pin 3 on the Arduino. We also have 4 LEDs on the board. There's a power LED and 1 LED for each station, and they're all wired the same basically. The shorter leg of the LED is the negative, and it goes into the ground connection. The longer leg is the positive. It goes through this 220 ohm resistor, and then it goes back to a pin on the Arduino. The 3 stations go to pins 9, 10, and 11 on the Arduino, and the wiring diagram shows which goes to which. The last item we have are the infrared detectors. And what they do is when something's in close proximity, they trip and an LED will come on. The Arduino can tell that the IR sensor knows there's something close by. They have 1 wire goes to 12 volt positive, 1 goes to ground, and the third, in this case the white wire, is the signal wire, and the program's set up to do an analog read. You can do a digital read, but in this case it's analog. And it goes to pins A0, 1, and 2 for the 3 station sensors. And again, on the wiring diagram, you can see exactly which pin goes to which LED.
So the sketch itself isn't that complicated, but before I get started, I would like to thank Jimmy from the DIY and Digital Railroad channel on YouTube, and there's a link there. He did a video which inspired this. Some of the hardware is the same. The sketch is totally different. Before I get started also, please be aware I'm not a computer programmer. I've never taken a computer programming course. If you are a professional programmer and you look at this, please be very kind. So I'm not going to give a complete lesson on the Arduino IDE, the program. It's based on C. I'm just going to run through quickly and explain the parts of the program and what they do. You have the declaration of all your variables. There are comments if you really care. You can go through the comments and you can see what the different variables are for. There's pin assignments. These are the 3 values that you actually might care about. The first is wait time. This is how long the train will wait at a station before it leaves. I have it set to 5,000 by default. That means 5 seconds. You can make it any value you want. If you want 30 seconds, make it 30,000. The next value is ramp. This is how quickly the train will slow down to 0 or speed up to whatever is set on the potentiometer. If you want it to be more gradual, make it longer. If you want it to be more abrupt, make it smaller. The only thing to be aware is that if you make it too big, if you really want it to start slowly, you might run through the next sensor, and the sketch will not be checking that sensor yet. There's also a leave station value. For example, if a train was in station 3 and it was leaving back towards station 1, the Arduino would wait this long before it looks for another sensor check after it leaves the station. This is to prevent it from tripping the sensor in the station that it's in before it can get all the way out. And if you're getting false readings before your train can leave, you can increase that. Again, you don't want to make it too high. The setup part of a sketch just tells like the different pins on the Arduino what they're going to be doing during the sketch. The loop is the main part of the program that the Arduino will repeat again and again until power is removed. So what it'll do is it will turn on the power LED. Then it's going to check each station sensor, each IR sensor, to see if it is tripped, if there's a train there. It's going to go through this section. It sets the speed value from the potentiometer. Now we get the if startup section. When the sketch starts, the Arduino has no idea where that train is. So it will look to see if it's in station 1, and if it is in station 1, it'll send it up the track toward the other end. If it is not in station 1, it will start it toward station 1 and get it going. Then when it gets done, it sets its startup value to false because we don't ever want to go through this section of the program again, just the first time. So then it goes through and it says, okay, was station 1 tripped? If it was, I'm going to do a couple things. I'm going to go through the slowdown routine, which we'll see below. I'm going to send the value of the right LED to that slowdown routine. In this case, it's station 1 LED. After I'm done and I come back from slowdown, I'm going to wait for as long as set as wait time, 5 seconds in this case. Then I'm going to sit there and say, okay, the train's at station 1. I want to send it to station 3. These are those 2 pins on the motor controller that sets the direction of the track. And if the first one is set to high and the second one to low, it will send the train toward the other end of the track, towards station 2. If for some reason when you set this up, your train wants to run off the end of the track and go the wrong way, you merely switch the wires going to the track, and that should hopefully take care of it. Then we go to the speed up routine. And again, we tell that routine we're working with station 1 LED. Now, if you come to station 2, it's a little bit different because we don't change direction. We keep going. So we do the same slowdown and delay, but then we look, there's a direction value that we set at the 2 end stations. And so we say, okay, if it is true, which in our case means that it is headed towards station 2, towards station 3, then this is how we set those digital pins. If it's not 1, then we set them the other way. And then we speed up. Then station 3 is basically the same thing as station 1, except we're going to set it to go the other direction. Then we read the potentiometer again and make sure that it's set to the correct speed that you want. Now, the 2 routines that we use again and again are the speed up routine and the slowdown. And actually, it makes more sense to look at slowdown first. So we get here and we've passed the value of whatever station LED we're going to use. We turn that LED on. Then we start a loop. And what we're going to do is we look at the speed, which say like it's set to 100. That'd be about 5 volts because it goes from 0 to 255. So it says, okay, I want to go from 5 volts to 0, but I want to do it gradually. So I'm going to bring it down 1, and then I'm going to wait for that ramp value. Then I'm going to bring it down another 1, and I'm going to wait for that ramp value, and I'm going to bring it down another 1. And it will eventually get to 0. And it won't take that long because, of course, the computer's fairly quick. Then what we're going to do is set these 2 motor controller pins both to low. That'll tell the motor controller, don't put any voltage out on the track, just in case. The speed up routine, which will be called after it waits for whatever the appropriate time is, the 5 seconds in this case. The first thing we're going to do is turn off the LED for the station. Then we're going to wait a quarter second, we're going to turn it back on. We're going to wait a quarter second, we're going to turn it back off. So that LED is flashing to tell you that we're getting ready to go. Then it's going to do it basically in reverse what it did on the slowdown. It's going to go from 0 to whatever that speed is by ones, waiting for the value of ramp between each step. It does one other thing here, though. Because that LED is off, I thought it would be nice to make it come on gradually as the track voltage increased. So that's what it does. Each time through the loop, it makes that LED a little bit brighter. Then when it gets done with doing that, and it's all the way up to the full speed, it turns the LED back off, it waits, and goes back to the main program where it starts looping again. It would be very easy to implement different sensors into this program. It would be easy to add additional station stops. You could also make some few changes. Make it, if you had a loop of track, you could have the train go in the same direction all the time, but stop at different stations. This will only work with DC. It is not DCC compatible, although if you have a dual mode decoder, it could work with that unit. If you have any questions, my email is in the comments at the top, bcyale@yahoo.com. My website for Dave's Model Railroad stuff is davesmrs.com. I do 3D printed details. They are sold through mini prints at this time. If you have any questions about this or 3D printing or anything else you think I can help you with, feel free to get a hold of me. Thanks.
Boy, I wish I could solder that fast. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us here. We're going to move right along. I want to remind you that tonight's NERx is sponsored by Mini Prints and ITLA, and that there's a drawing. Each one of them has 2 $50 gift certificates available in the drawing, but you need to get registered for that by 9:30 tonight. You do that in the YouTube down below the feed. If you click the more, you'll find the place to register there. Also, I want to remind you that if you would like to get the NER coupler in print, you can subscribe to that on the NER website. And if you sign up for that during the NERx, you'll be entered into a drawing for a gift certificate to Bar Mills. So if you've been putting that off, get on with it and do it. Now we're going to take a tour of Mark Herrick's BNSF. You saw a little bit of it in the feed here. It's going to be on the tours. Mark, do you have anything you want to set the stage here for us?
Yeah, I hope you have the opportunity to get out to the BNSF. I'm going to have a operating session on Thursday in the morning, and also I will have an open house on Sunday afternoon. So if you happen to miss the opportunity to operate there, I hope you would come out and at least see the layout in person. And I hope you come out and attend a in-person convention in October. I think there's a lot of layouts, a lot of things to do, and I hope everybody would have a great time. Roll the tape.
Okay, welcome to the BNSF Montana Division. I'm located in Windham, Connecticut. As I just said, I do model the BNSF in Montana. The era is modern era, up to date. There's some proto freelancing involved because I have kept the MRL, which was absorbed by the BNSF recently. So I do backdate a little bit in that way. It is an HO scale. The layout size is 20 by 26. I started the layout, there's several different iterations of the layout. I started the layout back in 2005, the way you see it today, double deck. Prior to that, it was single deck. So there's been 3 different layouts basically in this room. I do use DCC, NCE wireless system. I also have Wi-Fi capability. The layout was basically designed for operations. I'm a big operations kind of guy. I do like scenery and, you know, trying to capture the look of the area. So if you know anything in Montana or some of these locations, I try to make it so you would see a scene and it would immediately remind you of an area in Montana that I model. Okay, I'd like to bring you guys on a tour of the layout. We can start on the east end up in Shelby and go all the way around to the west end of the layout in Spokane, Washington. So this is Shelby, Montana. The Shelby station is very similar to what is in place. That's a Craftsman kit that I built for the Shelby station. Shelby is a staging yard. The staging yard is open staging, so that's why it's completely visible, because at one time they did crew changes in Shelby, Montana. So there were a lot of trains in and out of Shelby that were sitting there waiting for crews. So I tried to capture that same thing and not have it as hidden staging. So it's prototypical to have all the trains basically sitting in the yard. As we continue west, we come into the town of Cutbank. And like as I said before, a lot of this is proto-freelanced. A lot of these industries are not there any longer in these areas. I tried to capture the feel of the industries that could have been there, so I researched a lot on names to try to keep it prototypical. So a lot of these names were actual industries at one point somewhere in Montana or the different states that I do model. So I tried to maintain that image as we go through. So one of the first industries is Montana Ag Products. They're a fertilizer producer for farming. And then we come down to All Energy, which is a frac sand distributor for some of the fracking that goes on further east up into the Dakotas and stuff, but that would be a distributor for fracking sand. And then there's another industry, Four Corners Supply, which supplies oil field pipe and things to the oil industry, which is pretty big out there. As you come around the corner, that is Two Medicine Trestle, which is a pretty iconic spot. A lot of photography there, looking up into Glacier National Park in the backdrop. Continuing west, we're going to come into the town of East Glacier. So East Glacier has a station, the Great Northern. This was what the Great Northern line at one time. And Great Northern did a lot of their stations in that log type of look, you know, that rustic look. And then in East Glacier, I had two industries. I have Northwestern Energy, which is their local utility out in Montana. So they receive poles and different, you know, electrical type of equipment. And also Feral Gas, which is a propane distributor. As you continue down a little further, there's a trestle, an underpass under the layout, under the railroad, the double main. That is actually realistic. That's a photo of the Blackfeet painted that trestle to that, I call it a trestle, but it's a bridge. They painted the face of that, and that's a photo that I actually just laminated to the face of some foam core and made it look like the road. And I tried to prototypically, you know, act as accurately as I could capture that scene. We continue around. There's an abandoned old snow shed 4C, which burned at one time, so the walls are still there, but the snow shed is gone. Route 2 just cuts into here a little bit. This is Route 2, which follows basically the whole northern tier of Montana. So that's the road anybody would travel if you want to travel along the BNSF in northern Montana. Route 2 basically parallels it the whole way across Montana. We continue around, and the first full snow shed is at the corner here. This is snow shed 12. I did scratch build this and tried to capture that look of basically the gore and everything. When they do get snow slides, it really tears up all the trees and everything else. So I tried to capture that back onto the backdrop and then also down onto the surface of the snow shed. As we continue around, we come into Essex, which is a pretty popular spot. Most people that go out towards Glacier Park and everything know Essex. They know the Isaac Walton Inn. BNSF has a small yard there. It's basically a maintenance yard. They had helpers there, manned helpers there. It's back and forth whether they still do that. They also have a small Amtrak platform, which is, they van the people. They come in and they get off of Amtrak, and then they van them up to, by van up to the Isaac Walton Inn. So I tried to capture that platform and how that comes into Essex. Essex still does have a water tower from the steam days, from the Great Northern days, and that's in the background, basically in the yard there at Essex. So I tried to capture the rough look of it. A lot of snow equipment in Essex, which is realistic. They still do a lot of staging of snow equipment, fire trains in the fire season and so forth. Continue around the layout here, and we come to which is a pretty fictitious town, if I want to say it. Continuing west, this is the town of Nyack. There's really nothing in Nyack, realistically, you know, but I did try to do something that I thought could have been there. Cornell Cement Corporation is a cement distributor in Montana, so I made a Nyack plant in Nyack, and then there's also a Montana Department of Transportation snow shed, salt and sand shed for winter work that's in Nyack. We continue around, and people look at the tunnels and they say, why would they have such short tunnels, and they didn't daylight them. There are numerous tunnels on the Flathead River. They come out of one small tunnel and go into another small tunnel. There's multiple tunnels. So I tried to capture that look a little bit of the multiple tunnels. So 3.7 in Tunnel 4, coming around the corner, and the Flathead River basically follows the main line. We continue around into Belton, which is West Glacier, but it's referred to by the railroad as Belton. Eventually there will be some type of, basically a front of a station with an open back where I'll be able to see the interior of the station, because I don't have a lot of room on the shelf here, but there is a platform temporarily there in place right now. We continue into Coram, which is a large bridge that goes over the Flathead River, the Middle Fork of the Flathead River. And Coram's another spot where there's a lot of photography. People take a lot of pictures of this particular bridge at Coram. It was sort of a fun project. I molded the piers using hydrocal, made a mold for myself to try to match what's actually there, and try to capture the look once again. You know, it's just trying to get as close as you can to getting that look. Continuing, we're going to start coming into the town of Columbia Falls, double track main. So BNSF refers to their mains as the main line and then a secondary main. They don't call it sidings or passing sidings or anything. They refer to it as a secondary main. So most of the towns have a main line through, of course, and then a secondary main, and they use that for switching and getting off of the main line to do whatever work they had to do. In Columbia Falls, there are numerous industries still in place. Some of them have changed, you know, the look and who they are. But there's several lumber industries in Columbia Falls. Plum Creek was one of the big ones. So this first scene here is Plum Creek Lumber. They've since been absorbed by Weyerhaeuser, and I believe Weyerhaeuser actually closed them. I don't think they're in business anymore. But they did a lot of dimensional lumber and a lot of medium density fiberboard, MDF. So they had an MDF mill there and a regular dimensional lumber mill. And there was also another company that did plywood, which unfortunately I wasn't able to actually determine the actual name of them. So I called it CNC Plywood. So there are two industries basically back to back, the CNC Plywood and then the Plum Creek industry. Then you basically exit the room, you go into a helix, and you come back into the room. You're continuing in that westbound direction, and you come into the town of Whitefish. Whitefish is really a more of a tourist town. They do have a substantial yard there, very little industry in Whitefish. I believe there's a lumber mill, there's a propane dealer, there's a couple of things prototypically in Whitefish. I expanded on that. Basically with several different industries. I have a distributing company that distributes basically food products and things for markets and so forth. So they would take in a lot of the produce that's made further west and brought into Montana and then distributed from there. I have a metal industry, Metal Works. and a chemical company, small chemical company, and also a milling company that does custom mill work, moldings and so forth. Out of Whitefish Yard, there are two mainline trains that run west out of Whitefish. You have a local train, the East Glacier local, which runs basically all the way up into East Glacier. That's the termination point, and it works all the industries between Whitefish and there. So there's a second local train that works out of Whitefish. That's the local to Shelby. That train would work everything from East Glacier into Shelby, all the different industries, and then it would also work Shelby Yard. Okay, so now we're on the lower level, and we are continuing westbound. So you come through Whitefish Yard, which is a pretty busy yard. A lot of work goes on there, and we're coming to Flathead Tunnel, and I did a little bit of roughing just to get an idea of what would fit. The tunnel portals were made by a friend. He did them on a 3D printer for me. And so I'm just trying to get a feel of how this is all going to come together to scene. So I basically use some foam core just to get an idea of how the tunnel portals and there's blowers in Flathead Tunnel to blow the fumes out of the tunnel. So the blowers are attached basically to the face of the portal area. There's a blower building, and I'm trying to get that sort of ironed out. So that's where I am with that right here. So you continue out, you come to the south portal of Flathead Tunnel, and they refer to it as a north portal and the south portal, even though the track is east and west. I don't know why they did that, but that's what they refer to it. The south portal is pretty basic, a regular tunnel portal. What's sort of unique was there was a road, a Forest Service road that ran over the top of that portal. Continuing around, we come to the Kootenai River. The Kootenai basically follows the main line, and once again, there's several little tunnels and stuff. I did model one tunnel on the Kootenai River. So that continues around, and then we come to the town of Libby. Libby does have some industry actually in place today, but I made a Coors manufacturing. Basically, they receive hops and barley and different things for making beer. It's just basically a distribution point for them to receive those products and then ship them down to Golden, Colorado to their plant. But it's just a receiving area for them. So eventually there'll be a Coors hoppers and so forth at Libby. Next area we come to is Sandpoint, Idaho. Sandpoint is basically, once again, a tourist area, very similar to Whitefish, very much into fishing on the Lake Pend Oreille. But I wanted some type of ethanol. Ethanol, when I got into this layout, was a big thing, and I like the industry. So eventually there'll be an ethanol plant here. They basically receive tanks, they receive the grains to make the ethanol, and then they produce the finished product. And basically one of the byproducts of ethanol production is dried distiller's grains. So those are shipped out, and those are basically used as animal feed. So the different tracks will be related to the product coming in. The ethanol track would be in the front, And then the grain or the corn coming in to make the ethanol would be on another track, and then the DDGs going out, dried distillers grains going out, would be on the other track. It doesn't seem like much, but when you get in here switching it, it's pretty involved. It takes quite a while, so it's been a fun industry. And Sandpoint also has a small station for Amtrak. And we continue. One of the scenes that I really want to reproduce is Lake Pend Oreille. There's an area where the BNSF goes over Lake Pend Oreille. They actually just put a second overpass, a second bridge in that area. I just modeled the single bridge for now. It's part of the area they call the funnel, and the funnel is because everything funneled down to this one choke point of this bridge. So they've actually, building that second bridge has eliminated that choke point. So eventually that scene will come together. And we continue west into the town of Houser. Houser is like a subdivision almost of Spokane. It's not too far out of Spokane, so it's just that urban sprawl of Spokane has continued out. In Houser I have a small lumber company, and then I have an interchange track with the Spokane International. So the Spokane International comes in, and they service their interchange track, and then the BNSF interchanges with them cars in Houser. Continuing around, we come into the town of Trentwood. So Trentwood has a couple of different things. I've tried to reproduce some of the fruit things, the fruit industry that starts basically in western Montana, or eastern Washington, I should say. So you get a lot of different apples and different products. So there's a couple of different fruit industries, apple cart fruits and Washington State growers. And then I have a plastic pellet plant. They receive plastic pellets. And there is actually a large Kaiser aluminum plant in Trentwood. So Kaiser aluminum is in the background. That'll eventually be built out with small buildings and so forth, going up against that backdrop photo to capture Kaiser Aluminum's plant in Trentwood. There's also a grain supplier in Trentwood. ADM Grain has a grain facility in Trentwood that they load cars from local farms and ship it west for export. And then we come into the Spokane yard. It's the largest yard on the layout. Spokane basically has 7 different jobs that come out of it. Everything from Amtrak, which would come out of the station and go up to Shelby. That's the Empire Builder. And then there's 6 locals that operate out of Spokane. The Trentwood local, which services Trentwood, the Houser local. The MRL does an interchange. They basically come out of Sandpoint, out of staging at Sandpoint, and they come into the town and basically interchange a train. There's the local that goes to Columbia Falls, a local that goes to Whitefish and works Whitefish Industries, a manifest that goes to Whitefish that interchanges cars for the trains that Whitefish builds. The 2 locals that Whitefish builds, those are the cars that supply those trains. And there's going to be a small engine facility, basically a fueling facility and whatnot, in Spokane. In the rear of Spokane, there's 12 staging tracks that are hidden, and those are representing the western part of the layout, basically the west coast of the United States. Okay, I hope you enjoyed your visit to the BNSF Montana Division, my rendition of it in Connecticut. I will be on the tours and on the operating sessions for the Northeast Region Convention coming up in Southbridge, and I hope you enjoyed the tour, and I hope to see you again this fall for the convention. Thanks.
Okay, this is my PowerPoint that I put together concerning the Camelback Centercab locomotives of the New York, Ontario.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that tour of Mark Herrick's layout, and that it'll inspire you to sign up for the convention and come. The tip is, if you want to get in the operating session for that, you got to be right there as soon as that convention registration opens up and get signed up for that. I'm just going to remind you once more about the raffle for the ITLA and mini prints. Gift certificates are two $50 gift certificates. It'll be raffled away at 10 o'clock. You have to have your registration done by 9:30, and you do that in the right below the YouTube feed. And you can also register if you want to sign up for the print coupler. You should do that too. We're going to have next feature Malcolm Houck. Malcolm is a self-employed practicing attorney. Attorneys always say they're practicing, but I want to know when they've figured it out and don't have to practice anymore, and they just do it. Being a musician, the musicians who practice the most are the ones who don't have any work. And an active practice dating to the mid-70s. He's been a builder and a craftsman and a painter since grammar school days, with an obvious stand down for college and professional education. His model building activity has continued on and through radio controlled ships, restoration of antique Ford automobiles, to include mechanical work, welding, body work, and painting. Following then, complete registration of antique Indian motorcycles, all the while still crafting and building HO scale railroad models to this day. Along the way, and research for specific railroad prototype information, he became an accidental historian and traces his interest in the New York, Ontario, and Western Railway to the late 1960s. He's written over 100 articles for the new NYONW Historical Society website, and has written 5 soft cover books published by the ONW Historical Society. They also have a Facebook presence if you're interested in the ONW. And being up here, we get to visit some of their sites. So Malcolm is definitely an expert on this. I think you'll enjoy his presentation. He's also taken home the Baldwin Trophy from the NER contest numerous times for his scratch-built O&W locomotive. So here's Malcolm Houck. Speed, roll the tape.
This is my PowerPoint that I put together concerning the Camelback center cab locomotives of the New York, Ontario, and Western. Among railroads in the Northeast that relied primarily on anthracite for locomotive fuel, the Ontario and Western at one time rostered as many as 98 different types of Camelback double cab locomotives. I use the term double cab since the Historical Society had acquired some reel-to-reel Revere tape recordings made back in the 60s by some retired Ontario and Western employees. They had met for a weekend at a hunting camp up along the Delaware River, and they just talked to one another and reminisced all the way back for an entire weekend. And they reminisced back for their multiple years of careers. One term that came out very definitively was the use of the term double cab locomotives to distinguish those types from the more conventionally configured locomotives that the Ontario and Western simultaneously ran. So the New York, Ontario, and Western was originally built as the Oswego Midland Railroad, and it was intended to be the shortest distance from New York Harbor to the Great Lakes, or the Atlantic Ocean to the inland Great Lakes for transport. Because it was a victim of what often happened to many 19th century railroads, cost much more to build. Excuse me. Cost much more to build than anticipated. It very rapidly went into receivership. It was acquired by the Pullman, the George Pullman interests, and it became, to some degree, a pawn in the railroad wars between the Vanderbilts and the Pullman interests. Ultimately, it obtained its freedom in a settlement personally brokered by J.P. Morgan involving the New York West Shore and Buffalo Railroad, and it became the New York, Ontario, and Western in the year 1889. The O&W operated a 52-mile branch from Kenosha, New York to Scranton, Pennsylvania. Actually, much of the right-of-way had been acquired by its predecessor, New York and Oswego Midland, because it was part of the anticipated revenue of the original promoters, that they be able to considerable presence in the anthracite region. Unfortunately, the receivership and the reorganization of the railroad didn't permit that till the 1890s, so they were essentially a late entrant into the anthracite region of northeastern Pennsylvania. What they found out very early on is that the smaller sizes of anthracite coal was suitable for use in a locomotive firebox, and at approximately 1/2 the cost of a similar quantity of bituminous coal, which had to be imported from outside their service region. Anthracite was right on line, and so what they decided to do, interestingly, was make use of the small sizes of anthracite processing, which was known as comb, and it was smaller than the preferred sizes of nut, lump, and egg, which were used in kitchen ranges and in parlor stoves in times before central heating. What it required to burn the comb was a wide, thin firebed. And in this particular slide, that's as shown on the right in the Wooten firebox, developed in the 1850s by the chief engineer of the Reading Railroad, also a large, significant producer of anthracite and transporter of that type of coal. Over time, large comb dumps resulted from the processing of anthracite, and the general manager of the Ontario and Western wanted to find a way to make use of it and to get rid of the comb dumps, which themselves were a potential hazard, either from lightning strike or even an adjacent field fire. And the history of northeastern Pennsylvania is replete with stories about comb dump fires. What they had to do, and what the Ontario and Western did, was they financed the construction of what were known as washeries. Mine run coal is in large chunks. It's sent to a breaker, which processes it through crushers and successive screenings to get suitable sizes for commercial sale. The comb, as I said before, was in sizes too small for commercial use, and so what they financed then was a facility known as a washery, and that's shown in this particular slide. Used a chance cone type of separator, utilizing the different densities of the anthracite coal and any debris, any non-combustible debris. Normally would be slate, rock, sandstone, and what happened is they would the washery would make up a mixture of sand and water to a specific gravity of about 1.6. The coal would float on the top. The slack would fall to the bottom and allowed for separation by flotation. A similar process used in an open hearth steel mill, where the slag, as the lighter material, floats on top of the steel and then is allowed to spill over the edges of the teaming ladle onto the teaming floor, which is cleaned up later. This is just the opposite. The desirable material was the anthracite coal, and the undesirable was the non-combustibles. What the O&W did, and they decided in 1890 was to take one of their 8-wheel American Standard locomotives, send it to the Cook Locomotive Works in Paterson, New Jersey, and it was rebuilt with a wide Wooten firebox in the configuration you see here in the combined paster. And what they found out was that it was more than adequate. It achieved a 50% savings in coal usage, and it could still pull its train and in straighter portions on the New York West Shore and Buffalo extension from Middletown, Cornwall, New York, down to New York City. That could achieve at some time speeds of 80 miles an hour. And they were so enthusiastic about it. There was a large fleet of American Standard type locomotives that were rebuilt into more than one class of double cab. And here's 3 period images. In the left is a train coming up off the Scranton Division with a milk train. Upper right is an accommodation train running through Phillipsport, New York, alongside the closed and former Delaware and Hudson Canal. And at the bottom, moving an accommodation, a small passenger train through the Mayfield Yard in Pennsylvania, which was the marshaling yard for most of their coal cars and coal business. I decided, of course, that I needed an HO scale model of a Class C locomotive, so I built number 1, as seen in these slides. It was an interesting build, and I had been fooling with the construction of locomotives in brass, locomotives built of other materials, literally since I was a teenager. Sorry about that. And what I had to work with was a single pair of the main rods. And I made a jig and a pattern that's allowed me to have the correct driver spacing so I could get a trouble-free mechanism. And it was made up in much the same way as early Japanese import models. After I achieved and corrected the driver spacing, got drivers, as I say in the slide, all the rest was just fit, fiddle, and finish. And there's some other double cab rebuilds. There's number 1 in the upper left, and then the others are what became Class C. They had slightly different drivers, diameters, and slightly different driving wheelbases. But they were system-wide used, and they were very successful and very good and economical steaming locomotives. They were able to do a lot of the maintenance in the middle. Here's a slide of the interior of the erecting hall, and there was 2 Alliance gantry cranes, a 250-ton crane and a 125-ton crane. This building survived, believe it or not, even though the railroad closed in 1957. It was multi-purposed over the years, and unfortunately, it was destroyed by fire in 2024. Double cabs from Dixon Manufacturing Company, Scranton, Pennsylvania. They were a local component. Ultimately, they became part of the American Locomotive Company. One of the promoters was a man named Frederick Dixon, and he was one of the principals of Dixon and Eddy, who were coal merchants and marketed much of the coal that was mined and processed by the Ontario and Western. These are two copies of diagrams that were, I believe these were 1938 diagrams, and there's a Class R260 and a Class S280. The Class S280 is very, very similar to many locomotives operated by the Delaware and Hudson, and in fact, among locomotives manufactured by Dixon, only the Delaware and Hudson had more Dixon locomotives on their roster than the actually much shorter and much smaller O&W. And here's a couple of images of Dixon locomotives. Upper left is the Class R 260, which was really a dual service engine. It was used in passenger service. It could step to keep with the faster schedules, and it was also found to be very useful in the Scranton area in moving coal cars about and in hauling the coal trains. 1893 saw the acquisition of the Class T 260s, which were larger had larger diameter drivers, and they had a more muscular 21,000-pound tractive effort. And they were also used in dual service. And here's the HO scale model of a Class T 260, utilized with some changes a mechanism that I acquired at a train show from a modeler who had attempted to make some changes and had succeeded only in completely destroying a superstructure. So all that was left was the 260 running gear. I made some changes and then scratch built the rest. One of the hallmarks of the Ontario and Western over the years was the so-called Borscht Belt, Sullivan County high mountain hotel business that was commenced earlier in what's referred to as the Silver Age, and they were originally hotels for transients and travelers on the old Newburgh Coshocton Turnpike through central Sullivan County. Sorry, I'm losing that. And so the Liberty House Hotel and the Grand Hotel and the Waiwanda were two of the bigger ones. The Ontario and Western saw a good source of revenue, and they made arrangements with the various hotel builders to haul the lumber and materials at a very low rate and bring laborers up from the urban areas of New York City at no charge. And that ultimately developed into the Borscht Belt. There were a lot of Jewish family-run hotels and a lot of secular hotels. At one time, in the peak of the hotel business, there were over 550 venues up in the three-county area of Sullivan, Ulster, and Orange County, New York. And you can see here I had some sample timetables for special Jewish holiday trains. And also the O&W ran many trains down from the mountains for secular holidays, Lincoln's birthday and Memorial Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day. They also published a booklet from approximately 1895 to 1949 called Summer Homes, and it was later called Vacation Guide, which listed all of the hotels in the area, and as I said, over 550 different venues in number. There's some images of the Class T 260 double cabs. Upper image is passing over the Carbondale Trestle when it came down to crossing the city of Carbondale, Pennsylvania. They could not come to an arrangement with the city planners and town fathers, so they erected a viaduct that crossed over the main line of the Delaware and Hudson, and crossed over the yards of the Delaware and Hudson, and also over the entire city itself. It's quite unmistakable. The Delaware and Hudson had an earlier presence in the city of Carbondale, and their base of operations in Pennsylvania was from that city. So the inability to acquire a right-of-way across the city was, by the opinion of many historians, influenced by the Delaware and Hudson itself. The lower image is the first of the Class T moguls in April of 1893 and carrying a special train to celebrate the opening of the Wawanda Hotel up in Liberty. And here is the construction of the Dixon Class R260 locomotives. All begin the same, upper left, and milling a rough chassis and frame from half-inch by half-inch Schedule 360 brass. Upper right image is sitting down on drivers with side rods manufactured. Lower right is the completed mechanism needing only the gearbox and motor, and lower left is painted and finished, posed on a photodiorama of the line at Summitville, New York. And these are some of the progress beyond, with the boiler roughed out, a portrait now disassembled, upper right disassembled for painting and final assembly. And then again, this is posed in a photodiorama of the yards at Kingston, New York. The single biggest class of locomotives ever operated on the O&W was the Dixon Hog class, S-Class 280. They were brutish, slow speed haulers, worked all of the freight lines, all of the mine branches, all of the yards in the Pennsylvania area, and hauling the coal out up against the grades up to Point Hill, Pennsylvania from Scranton, and then across the Delaware for distribution either to the Great Lakes or to the Hudson River or New York Harbor at Weehawken, New Jersey. The left image is a finished model of the so-called short boiler. I call them short boiler. I don't know why it's really short smoke box. 280 Dixon Hog, and right is paused on my photodiorama of Summitville, New York on a caboose hop with a bobber caboose. There's a small album of Dixon Hogs at work. Upper left is actually filling the Sands Creek Viaduct, which was in the so-called Delaware Sag. The O&W line coming down from Hancock, New York, descended into a small valley, and then had to climb up again to get to the Delaware River. It called the Delaware Sag. There was a steel viaduct there that replaced a wood trestle works, and it was at an unstable footing, and it started to sag. So the O&W did what it often did with wood trestles. It just filled it in and became an embankment. Lower right is at Sydney, New York, with the signature Sydney and Delaware and Hudson jointly operated freight house. There was a lot of Delaware and Hudson coal that was handed off to the Ontario and Western at German, Pennsylvania, and at Sydney, New York. The Delaware and Hudson had a number of mining connections in the Pennsylvania area, but at nowhere along its line was there an outlet for either the Tidewater coal or the lake coal. So they relied upon the O&W to handle it up to the Great Lakes at Oswego, New York, and out to the Atlantic at Weehawken, New Jersey, or up and down the Hudson River from a coal facility, transload facility at Cornwall, New York. And here's a couple of other pictures of Dixon Hogs. I'm very, very fond of the lower image, and I don't know doesn't quite understand what they were doing. Everybody piled off the engine for a nice portrait. I don't know what was the occasion, but it's always just a curious and interesting photograph from the years past. And here's the short boiler, Dixon Hogg. You can see here in this image that the smoke box barely clears the front of the cylinder saddle. Oh, sorry, I did about that. I didn't mean to do that. And here's the mechanism completed and the superstructure being laid up for fit and finish. I did not, in most part, for any of these locomotives, have dimensioned diagrams or plans. I was able to just eyeball it, scaling any number of dozens of photographs. There's much been written about the danger of double cab locomotives and the very long-standing myth was that with the engineer sitting right over one of the drivers, if one of the rods broke, it would come up through the bottom. That's a myth. It's equally dangerous. I've seen as many pictures of rods breaking and coming up through the bottom of a single cab, a conventionally located cab. The real danger is shown here. This is a top view of the interior of the cab, not even completely finished. But there's the steam dome and the chamber's throttle and the Johnson bar. It's a 20-inch wide door in the front. And the reality of it is, if something happens, something goes wrong, there is just simply no way for the engineer to get out. The second feature is these locomotives did not have a locomotive firebox deck. Instead, the engineer, with just a very narrow shelf underneath the backhead, the engineer actually stood on the front of the tender to shovel coal into the locomotive ahead. The O&W never much cared for it, never did much ever to acquire multiple copies of dedicated, built for purpose-built switch engines, I call them, and instead preferred over the years to use downgraded locomotives of any sort as switchers. In this case, here is a Class S 280 that's been downgraded to switcher service, fitted with a narrow Brooks Locomotive Works style fireman's enclosure, fireman's kitchen, it was called, and a slope back tender for better visibility and backing moves. They did acquire 7 Class L 060s from a number of the components of the American Locomotive Company, Cook Works from Paterson, New Jersey, and Brooks from Dunkirk, New York. This is not a builder's photo, but an as-delivered photo of the Class L 060. And here is the diagram and an 060, and it happens to be one of the 060s that was assigned to Middletown, New York. And here it is right at the water crane and the coal dock on Wisner Avenue in Middletown. And they were generally assigned to one place or the other. This happens to be, the upper left happens to be at Fulton, New York, and here he is switching the Hunter Arms shotgun factory in the flats at Fulton. Here I used this was a cobbled together thing using a Northwest Short Lines USRA 060 mechanism and a mechanism produced by a superstructure, modified superstructure produced by Nickel Plate Products. The O&W was so enamored with the economy and the utility of their anthracite burning 260s that they took a number of conventional 260s that were inherited from the Midland in the 1880s, and at around turn of the century they rebuilt them into the Class J 260. The upper left is the Class J 260 sitting on the turntable at, I believe, Utica, New York, but they didn't last very long in service. And there's a number of people have asked me as an historian, why did they think they had such a short service life? The reason was they were converted so late, and the next advance on locomotive operation and construction was to move from using saturated steam boilers to superheated steam boilers. These fellows never got the rebuild for superheated steam operation. And in fact, this one picture of locomotive on the turntable at Utica, that's the only picture I've ever found. O&W number 11. It's the only, no, it's 118. It's the only picture. It's the same one here at Scrapyard. It's the only picture I've ever seen of a Class J O&W double cab in service. And they all mostly wound up like this, moribund, abandoned, and they operated primarily out of Norwich, New York, and handled a lot of interchange traffic between the O&W and the Lackawanna. Bottom picture is my version, scratch built version of the Class J. Was such an inelegant locomotive and so short lived. Number of people asked me why I built it, and one of my club members said I was just filling in the blanks. Filling in the blanks. The modern double cabs of the Ontario and Western, and I call them the model number cabs, is any that were built, the number that were built after 1900. And the first of these was the 260 double cab from Coke Locomotive Works, and they were sometimes called, they were Class P, they were called the Ories. There's a number of theories about how they came to get the name Ori. One is a myth that there was a madam opened a saloon and house of pleasure near the Mayfield Yards, and they called her Ori. I don't know why. They were delivered in 1900, and it was right at the time that I believe the legend of the USS Oregon had become a national sensation as it traversed around the Horn up to the Battle of Santiago Bay during the Spanish-American War, and then appeared in the Naval Review in New York Harbor in 1900, right at the time these locomotives were delivered. So that's where I believe the nickname came from. But they were used all over, primarily the Scranton Division. They were the first locomotives to have 100 tons on the driver. And you can see the original version here, number 217, saturated steam and slide valves. Ultimately, they were rebuilt to superheated steam operation and made use of Baker valve gear, which was a longtime favorite of the Ontario and Western on all of their 20th century operated steam locomotives. And here's a diagram of the Ories, the Class P. And a favorite picture of mine is coming up out of the morning mist on the Scranton Division, headed towards Preston Park and Pointel at the top of the grade. It was the stiffest grade on the O&W, 1.6 ruling grade, and they handled a lot of milk traffic. The milk traffic is generally credited with being through the Sullivan County, but the high country lakes in Wayne County, Pennsylvania, and the fields up there, and the farms and agriculture provided a lot of dairy output that traveled to New York City. Here's my HO scale Ori on a test run on my club layout. I like to finish them up, test them all before tear down and paint. So if there's any further modifications, I'm not messing around with a painted model. This one happens to be towing a dynamometer car, which is an old DeVore models of the Westinghouse air brake dynamometer car, and believe it or not, it has a little dial indicator inside, which is completely uncalibrated, but it seems to operate, or I made it to operate. And here is a workbench photo of this locomotive painted as number 208. And the last call for the ORIs is when the O&W acquired some heavy 482s and in 1920, 22, and 29. And the ORIs, being slower speed locomotives, were generally relegated to pusher duties on the and operation on the mine branches in Pennsylvania, in the Pennsylvania coal fields. They had more double cab locomotives. They had moguls in the era. They were built primarily by Cook Locomotive Works and some by Brooks. And here's two photographs of original configured 260 double cabs that were acquired after 1900. And for better economy from the coal superheating, you get another 600 degrees of superheat via the superheater tubes in the firebox, and that means that much more usage and less waste of the heat in the firebox. At 200 psi boiler pressure from saturated steam is at 388 degrees Fahrenheit. By superheating it, you get another 600 degrees of heat that can be added to the steam. So that's the dry steam superheating. And here are the two different styles of the Baker valve gear, the direct and the indirect. The O&W was started by purchasing their Class W single cab 280s in 1910, and they ultimately wound up rostering 25 of them, and they worked very diligently with the Pilliod Company to develop the so-called Baker Pilliod valve gear. It was very much favored by the O&W and a number of Eastern railroads. The New York Central used quite a bit of it. And the beauty of it is that all of the valve adjustments and the valve motion was executed through rotating links and rotating parts. And so, therefore, if it needed a rebuild and the valve operation had to be restored, it was simply a matter of remachining or replacing rotating bushings rather than having to build up worn linear valve slides as on the Walsh's valve gear. And the Class U260s were rebuilt to superheated operation, which required an entirely new boiler, and they acquired additional air pump capacity. They came originally with very, very minuscule and low capacity air tanks, and they wound up with the twin, what I call torpedo boat style twin air tanks on top of the firebox. And then virtually half of the 15 Class U double cabs the O&W had, they underwent a metamorphosis from 260 to 460 configuration. Not really understood why. The conventional wisdom is that four-wheeled lead trucks tracked better than two-wheeled lead trucks. But the O&W didn't seem to care one way or the other. They used them virtually interchangeably. So here's number 250 as built with saturated steam and slide valves. Here it is as rebuilt to a 460 and operating on superheated steam. They also operated a large class of Class V 260 moguls. This picture is an absolute favorite of mine because of the way they were configured with smaller drivers than the Class U. I think they have a more pleasing visual appearance, and I'm always astounded when I look at this picture. We consider a 260 locomotive to be a small steam engine. In fact, all steam engines were huge machines, as witnessed by the comparative size of the gentleman standing at trackside and the Class V locomotive at rest. I think this is a Bob Collins photo of 278 working up towards the Shawinigan Tunnel at Bloomingburg, New York. And here is my version of the 260. Again, kit bashed from a model of that was produced by Nickel Plate Products. And here it is in a caboose hop on my club layout. And here's another one, another diagram and photograph of one of the class U1 460s. They not only had to change the boiler, they had to change the cab and rebuild the cab. And you can see there's there's a plate that was had to be manufactured to cover up the difference in the arch of the cab that was cut and seated further down, squatted further down on the boiler. And so I took some of the Nickel Plate Products U1 models. Those models were made at the time when Asian import brass locomotives were production was shifting from Japan to South Korea, and the Nickel Plate Products may have been partially responsible for the demise of the company itself, because they disappeared very shortly after these were made in the in the late 1970s. Many of them had to be returned to Nickel Plate, and they in turn were sent to Dick Truesdale's son, who operated an enterprise known as Model Express, and remanufactured them with can motors and better gearboxes, so that they did run, but they didn't really do much to correct the deficiencies in detailing. Here's one that I've rebuilt the entire superstructure and completely substituted a mechanism from a different locomotive. Tom Marshall Overland Models made a run of Milwaukee Road 460s. He mentioned to me at Amherst one year that he had some left over, and I said, "Send me a half dozen. Just put a bill in the carton," and so he did. The lower engine is one that I completely rebuilt the Nickel Plate Products mechanism. I said, requiring so much work as to defy description. I had to make a new gearbox back in a time when all you could get from Northwest Short Lines was a worm and a worm gear. Here's the before and after. The efficiency of the original Nickel Plate Products engine shows the boiler on a class U260, and here it is as I have rebuilt it. And I get a lot of questions from people that want to get into, what do I use for a soldering iron? How do I solder it? And they very often have difficulty, and they just want to replace a few items here and there. And I tell them, you have to do it. You have to render it this way. Strip it down to the boiler, and then start by adding parts back on. Here's my soldering arrangement. I have a homemade resistance soldering. I call it a unit or a machine. It's a 5-volt, 35 amp transformer controlled by a General Radio Variac. I at one time attempted to calibrate it with this little meter. It just by position of the dial and the indicator, I know what heat it is. With this thing, I can adjust it so I can solder together two pieces of 8/1000 brass wire, and I can also solder together 2 half-inch square bars of brass. I use I plug it into a piggyback plug controlled with a foot switch, and here is a hot tip hand probe with a copper-clad carbon probe and a ground clamp. You have 2 adjustable Weller soldering irons, a chisel tip, and a pointed tip, and I use those for tinning different parts. Also make use of an American Beauty soldering stand, and this is for clamping and heavy parts fabrication, and soldering. And here's just a little album of some of the 260s. Most of them were from nickel plate products. I've written a number of articles in magazines about detailing these locomotives, and I've even had people go so far as coming up to me at a show and just giving me the locomotive. Said, yeah, if you don't want to buy it, I understand. I'm giving it to you anyway because I don't have the capability to do with it as you can. So here is number 252. And the interesting thing is, again, one of the other dangers of the double cab design is here is the injector, the lifting injector for the check valve on the right side of the boiler. Here is the crossover pipe and operating the injector on the other side, operating the injector for the check valve on the other side of the boiler. So the engineer not only had brakes and throttle to control, he had to be dealing with, excuse me, had to be dealing with keeping the water boiler full without the benefit of, think it over, without the benefit of a water glass in the middle of a boiler. Doesn't do one bit of good. And here's number 247. And this one I'd rebuilt with heavier counterweight drivers. And here it is positioned at Kingston, New York. Here it is running in open country. This is number 255. Excuse me. And that was primarily assigned to the Cornwall coal docks until what they called Ice In Hudson River. And after that, it was transferred to the Weehawken Milk Terminal until Ice Out, and then back up to Cornwall for moving the coal cars out on the coal dock into the Hudson River. And here's number 252 on the Neversink River Bridge. And an interesting feature of the poor fireman had very little in the way of amenity, but most of the O&W double cabs had a pull-down jump seat. So when the fireman didn't have to spend all his efforts bailing coal into the wide firebox, he could take rest and get off his tired dogs. This is a scratch belt version of the earlier version of the O&W inspection engine. It's not a Camelback, not a double cab, but then everybody rode on top of the boiler. And this is the earliest version with the Victorian scalloped treatment on the sides and the so-called peekaboo stack. Here's a little album of double cabs on the O&W. Here's a train coming into East Branch, New York, and a photograph of U1 sweeping around into Middletown. It's headed northbound, headed to the Borscht Belt and the summer hotels. And here it is at CH Tower on the Speedway up from the Hudson River, connecting Cornwall with Middletown, New York. And here's at Bogota, New Jersey on the West Shore, northbound, hauling up the Ontario Express. And the O&W passenger traffic was busy enough during the summertime vacation rush that some of their scheduled trains ran in as many as 12 different sections. And I only had an opportunity ever to talk to some retired steam locomotive Ontario and Western engineers, and one of them was very open about his experiences. Many of them were very resentful. Of course, the railroad just closed down and left them without a job, out of a lifetime career. But one of them, one of the old engineers said, on a busy day, he said, sometimes you could head up into the mountains and you could see smoke from the train in front of you, and you could hear the whistle for the section in back of you. That's how close they ran them. And even though, if you can imagine a Stoker-equipped 482 being double-headed with a hand-fired anthracite-burning 260, very often done. Here is southbound on the West Shore, and until the bridges were rebuilt to E55 or better, the New York Central couldn't even run its Mohawks on the West Shore Railroad, and so the O&W had a class of lighter loading 482s, and believe it or not, the double cabs could keep up with them. So here's a coal train headed for the coal docks at Weehawken, New Jersey, double headed with a 482 and a 260. Here's double cabs in the retail railroading of the 1930s, again pulling out of one of the locations in Sullivan County here. On one of the branches leading off to New Berlin Junction, and here's a solid milk train across the Lion Brook viaduct across the Lion Brook Gorge, south of Norwich, New York. And here's the long milk train 10 at Munns Depot, Munnsville, New York, in the early morning run. It was actually a 278-mile run from Sherburne Four Corners down to Weehawken, New Jersey, and they made it every day, all the time. They had a number of fan trips, and the picture on the left is the March 16th, 1941 Jack Farrell promoted fan trip over the Port Jervis, Monticello, and Kingston branch, and stopped for the water at the Mountain Spring tank in Oakland, New York. And here is an RRE Buffalo chapter excursion crossing one of the two viaducts at Sydney Center, New York. And here's the Sydney Center Depot in that section. Fan trips, double cabs doubled up with single cabs, and they did that very often. Here's one on the main line with the Buffalo chapter RRE leaving Kenosha, headed northbound, and the other one stopped at Cornwall, the last stop on the West Shore. Durham, New Jersey, a double cab and a solid train of wood coaches headed northbound can only mean one thing: a camp train headed for the cool mountain near Port Jervis, Monticello, and Kingston, destination Monticello Depot. And you can always identify these summertime camp trains. They'd be solid, consists of wood coaches. And somebody asked me, he said, I don't see any mail cars. I don't see any baggage cars. And I said, hey, they're going to camp. Kids travel light. And here it is back down into the yards at Monticello. And you can tell it's later on in the steam era, because the Monticello yards are the track is in good shape. They don't do much about weed or vegetation control. Easy done. Here's the lighter double cabs. Again, they would the light 400 482s, Class Y, where they would double head them so that they could operate on the West Shore before the West Shore bridges were rebuilt. Actually, during the Second World War, it took them that long to get around to doing it. And here is proof. This is the with the Reading style tender trucks. That's a Class Y light 400 and a Class U1. That's number 250. Double heading on a coal train. Two double cabs, and that two double cabs also beat the West Shore bridge limitations. So here's a train of empties and two Class U double cabs on the West Shore at Dumont, New Jersey. I was very friendly with a longtime rail buff, Harry Zanni, and I knew him for a number of years, and I didn't realize that he was the brother-in-law of Hal Carson's that published RMC. Here's a Class V 260 on the turntable at, I believe, Fulton, New York, and that's the tell is the long roof on the fireman's kitchen on one of the Class L260s that was assigned to Fulton, New York. And so here's the snowplow on the Class V 277. Here's number 255. Again, this was the one that was, I built a model and I mentioned, saw it on the test run on my club layout. This was the switch engine duties at Weehawken Milk Terminal, that also assigned to the coal yard, the coal hopper yard and coal dock at Cornwall, New York. And here's a couple of pictures of different versions of the inspection engine. It suffered it suffered the fate of several times that a lot of wood-bodied equipment suffered during the era of hot cinders and ashes, and twice the body burned. So it once became number 26, it became number 38, and here it is. The version I had built was with the Victorian scalloped siding and the peekaboo stack, and here's two different versions later on after rebuilds. And Train 9, the long milk at the north portal of Houck Mountain Tunnel. A very early example of color model photography of Bill Schneider. He and I collaborated. He's a longtime O&W modeler and now the product development engineer for Rapido Trains, which is no accident that they are producing models of New York, Ontario, and Western equipment. But this is a diorama carried out into the sunlight on my back porch, and little digital magic for smoke and steam, and that's Train 9. And that is the end of the show.
Thank you for sticking with us through the presentation. Hope you enjoyed it and learned a lot about the O&W. Unfortunately, Malcolm has had some computer issues and can't be with us to wrap things up here. So we're going to move right on to a tip and trick here. Eileen's Tack-it Over and Over by Jim Walsh. So we'll move to that and then we'll do our drawing. Thank you.
Most model railroaders are very familiar with Aileen's tacky glue, but not aware of another Aileen's product called Tack-it Over and Over. I discovered it almost 10 years ago when I was browsing the glue section at a Michael's craft store. Tack-it Over and Over differs from most adhesives because it is based on a dry assembly of the parts to be bonded. The glue is applied to one part, and when the glue dries, it is still tacky and the parts can be joined together. I should also point out that in recent years, the package design has changed. When I model large signs that would be attached directly to a building, I print them on heavy 110-pound cardstock paper secured with Tack-it Over and Over. My concern with using a conventional adhesive is that it may drip or run over the building when attaching the sign. With Tack-it Over and Over, you can gently apply and reposition the sign and then use greater pressure when it is in the final position. I applied this sign to the door of this boxcar converted to a junkyard office, and it is still attached 9 years later. After that, I applied Tack-it Over and Over to HO scale figures. I discovered that it not only secured the figures, but they could be removed and reapplied. The glue was on the figures and left no residue on the other surface. When a friend asked about using it with freight car loads, I tried it with loads on a flat car. Tack-it Over and Over bonded the loads in place even when the car is turned upside down. When the load was removed and replaced, it still stuck to the flat car. After the load was removed, there was no residue on the car, and it was only on the load. A couple of years ago, I developed some magnetically controlled marker lights on a caboose. At that time, I removed the original truck-mounted horn hook couplers, but recently I wanted to install body-mounted KD couplers. Since the coupler installation would require mounting the coupler box with plastic cement, I wanted to be able to check the coupler position before permanently mounting it. I thought about using Tack-it over and over, but I wasn't sure if it would hold well enough to check the coupler. First I tried a little test sample with some styrene scraps. I assembled the parts with Tack-it over and over, and then pulled them apart. The amount of resistance when I pulled them apart made me think that it should work for the coupler test. I used some liquid plastic cement to assemble the coupler in the coupler box. Then I applied Tack-it over and over to the assembled coupler box and let it dry for a couple of hours. I joined the coupler box to the caboose and it seemed to hold the coupler in position. Then I placed the caboose on the track, moved it toward the coupler height gauge, and the height matched the gauge. Now I am confident that I can permanently mount the coupler at the same position on the caboose. Remember Tack-it over and over, and know that it can work when you have a special adhesive requirement. I like having it around and continue to find new uses for this product.
All right, well, welcome to tonight's drawing, where we have both drawings for both mini prints and ITLA, two gift certificates from both companies. And with us in the studio is himself, Dr. Mini, Bernard Helen.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. And unfortunately, Nick from ITLA was unable to join us, but we're still going to spin the wheel for Nick as well, and have Bernard announce the winners for the ITLA winners as well. So before we start, I want to thank both Dr. Mini and Nick for sponsoring NERx. I mean, Bernard has been with us almost from the beginning as a sponsor, 6 years.
6 years.
Wow, that's fantastic. And Nick is a new sponsor this year, so we're very excited to have both of you, and thank you very much for participating. I want to turn it over to you, Bernard, and give us a little update on what's happening in your mini world.
Oh, things keep getting bigger in the mini world. Last year we introduced, I had all the stats, something ridiculous, like a couple of hundred new items shipped to 30 countries. Last year was insane, and this year seems to be getting even bigger and better. We are expanding in every direction, so much that I just signed a new lease on a space for August. The team grows. I think the biggest things are probably our move into scanning from a photograph. So you'll remember, Chuck, when I scanned you, I put you on the turntable and spun you around, made you dizzy, and that was a lot of fun. But we can now create miniatures from photographs. So that is a service we call the shrinkening, and that's going gangbusters. So as much as I love spinning people around quickly on Lazy Susans with my 3D scanning equipment, we've gone virtually virtual. Wow. So that's an exciting change in the technology.
Yeah, so you could have scans of your ancestors or whatever, right?
People's dogs, horses, friends who are departed. I just did someone's grandfather who was wounded in World War II, and it was an Archives of Canada historical photograph. Lots of husbands and wives together, lots of moments captured from the past, a few people dressed up in cosplay. And the beauty of shrinking from a photograph is that you can get much more interesting poses. So if you remember, when people were spinning, they were pretty much relatively static, but now with the photograph, you can get that action pose, and it's really quite amazing.
Well, that's great.
And that's on the Mini Prints website if you look for the Get Shrunk or the Shrinkening tab.
Okay. Now, I know you're good friends with Nick, so yes. I don't know if you could share a little bit about anything that Nick's business.
Absolutely. Well, Nick is amazing. That's the first thing that we need to say. But Nick has just come out with a new line of Behind the Buildings, which is a kit series, which if you haven't seen it, you won't believe it. It is spectacular. It is I believe, a 5-building back alley scene that is just absolutely stunning. The details included in this are spectacular. I was very happy to create some figures and some little animals and details for behind the building scene. But head over to ITLA Scale Models, just put that in the old Google engine, and check out the Alleyscape kit. It is absolutely spectacular. I don't think I've ever seen a kit like that. And Nick is always working on new fantastic things. So there's going to be a front of house as well as a behind the buildings kit coming out to go with it. So amazing things happening at ITLA.
Oh, that's great. Now you mentioned ITLA's website. Where can we find you?
Oh, miniprints.com. Right there.
Okay.
Hopefully that's not backwards. I see it backwards, but hopefully you see it forwards. But yeah, miniprints.com. And there's all sorts of new things there, new series that we've launched. I just put up a new FAQ page, which I think I was racking my head for every question I've ever been asked and tried to put some answers down. So it's a good resource if people want to check that out. And yeah. And of course, NMRA members get 15% off their order. Which we've been part of the NMRA partnership program forever. So if you go to the NMRA tab, log in, and go to the partnership program, you'll find your NMRA discount.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And I'm sure everybody that's watching right now is just like, get on with the drawing already. So
it never stops.
It never stops. So you ready for the first spin of the wheel?
Yeah. Who's clicking the button?
And what we're going to do is the first spin will be for Mini Prints, and then we'll do ITLA, then Mini Prints, and then ITLA. So let's give it a spin.
Number 25. So this is where I cross-reference, right?
Yes.
And I say, congratulations, Thomas Oxnard, MMR.
Oh, wow. Tom Oxnard. Okay.
All right. So let's remove him from the list. And we'll give it another spin.
'88, lucky number. William Wiedenbeck.
So he wins for ITLA.
Congratulations, William.
Yeah, congratulations, Bill. With that choice, spin it again. This is for a Mini Prints gift certificate.
One. That would be Colin Pilkington.
Yeah.
Pilkington. Colin, congratulations.
Yes, congratulations. And we've got one more spin.
For ITLA.
For ITLA, yes.
Number 17. Wow, we got everyone's being represented here. James Kalinowski. Kalinowski.
Yeah. Congratulations, James.
All right.
And that is it for tonight's drawing. Any last words, Dr. Minnie, before we go?
Think small.
And before, and then Ed, you want to introduce the next segment?
Bernard has to answer one question though first. Somebody asked about the Saturn V behind you, and they want to know if you printed that or if it's Lego.
That is Lego, and that was my Father's Day present many Father's Days ago. And my youngest, who is turning, believe it or not, 18 tomorrow,
wow,
probably made that for me easily 10 years ago. He must have been like 7 or 8 years old. And the kid is a Lego genius. He's one of these kids that at, a manual this thick, a kid this tall, and he sat down and he said, Dad, I'm giving you this rocket because I'm a big space fan, and I'm going to make it for you. And he just sat down, and in the course of like 3-4 hours, the kid just pumped it out. He's a Lego genius.
Well, good for him. All right.
Yeah. It's a big one too, like 2,000 pieces. It was, I think, the biggest kit he'd ever made at the time.
My grandson got one for Christmas, and I helped him build it as much as I could. But that's quite something. That's quite an achievement. Wow.
Yeah, there's no Craggle in that one though. That one's all press fit.
Okay.
All right. Ed, you want to?
All right. So we're gonna wrap up here with a trip on the Pennsylvania of Paul Rubbo. I have seen this layout. If you can't really tell behind me, but if you look a little bit, there's catenary here. So anybody who has catenary is one of my favorite things to watch. So here is Paul's Pennsylvania Railroad. Roll the tape, Speed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andy Rubbo, and welcome to my Pennsylvania Railroad New York Division layout. I modeled the railroad in 1967, which was the last full year of the PRR before its merger with the New York Central. And the area I model is from the west portal of the Hudson River Tunnel to Metuchen, which is my hometown. Right now, the area that's completed is the upper level, which encompasses the area from Elizabeth west through Metuchen, and it's about 75% complete at this point. And as you can see, it encompasses all of the features that we've come to know about the Pennsylvania Railroad, namely big infrastructure, catenary, and signals. We'll start our tour of the layout with a visit to Elizabeth and work our way west. Elizabeth was noteworthy for a couple reasons. First, it featured the crossing of the Pennsylvania Railroad and Central Railroad in New Jersey, each of which had a 4-track main line. The other defining feature was the broad S-curve just south of the station. This was a favorite spot for rail photographers, and probably remains so to this day. Pennsylvania Railroad Station at Elizabeth, as well as the CNJ station with its unique clock tower, were entirely scratch-built. Other buildings in the area are either kits or kit bashes, and were selected to be representative of the structures that were in that downtown zone. Some of these examples are the large bank building, furniture store, and the theater complex. Care was taken in selecting the structures for this area so as to be substantial enough to have an impact, yet not obscure the railroad behind it. You'll notice the large heavy stone arch bridges crossing the local streets. These are great examples of Pennsylvania Railroad engineering. There were a total of 7 arch crossings through the Elizabeth downtown area, and I've modeled each one. These bridges are made from various kits, such as Model Railroad Stoneworks and Chooch, and other plaster castings. This was combined with some homemade resin castings of my own to make the capstones and some other features to make the bridges more reflect their prototype appearance. The layout is constructed as an around-the-wall shelf. Therefore, it's only 18 to 24 inches deep at any given point on average. I took photographs of the actual streets that crossed under the railroad and pasted them along the backdrop to provide a sense of depth to the scene. On the street, as well as on the railroad, old was giving way to new. You'll notice the older type signage and street lights along side by side with the aluminum modern overhead street lamps. Same was happening on the railroad, where you were having new equipment start to come in. High cube box cars, trailer on flat cars, that sort of thing. Here we see an MU pair eastbound crossing West Jersey Street on its way to its station stop at Elizabeth. Here's a photo of a PRR truck train on the Elizabeth S curve. Track on the layout was laid according to PRR engineering specifications. You'll notice that the center tracks are elevated above the outer tracks, and you can see the trailers leaning left and the locomotives leaning right as they transition through the curve. Curves are all super elevated. Here we're looking west at the signal bridge which guards the east end of the Elmora interlocking. This structure, as well as all other catenary components, is entirely stretch built. Here at Elmora, the 4-track main line expands to 6 tracks and continues as such through Rawway and the Union interlocking. There, at the Union interlocking, the Perth Amboy and Woodbridge branch diverges off, goes through Avenel, Woodbridge, Perth Amboy to join up with the CNJ line, and then become the New York and Long Branch Railroad, the jointly owned holding company that operated the New Jersey Shore trains. Today it's known as the North Jersey Coastline. Here we see an MU crossing over from track 2 all the way to track 4 on a series of crossovers, showing the track work and the overhead catenary infrastructure. Along this line, one could see many examples of foreign road passenger cars, most notably those of the New Haven, Chesapeake and Ohio, Seaboard, Atlantic Coastline, Southern, and Louisville and Nashville. We'll see more examples of this throughout the video. This is Elmora Interlocking Tower, which controlled this vital point. Notice also the added details to the track work. PRR had a somewhat unique look to its very heavy-duty main line through this area. As you can see, there's extra bracing on the turnouts, on the stock rails, on the guardrails, and this is portrayed using various shapes and pieces of styrene simply glued to the existing switches. The track in this area is mostly Shinohara and micro-engineering flex track. So the track work is not really modified at all. It's basically out of the box. It's just merely cosmetically enhanced. Also, the US&S switch machines were pneumatically operated, and I've depicted those here, also scratch built. I'll talk a bit about the catenary now. Catenary is comprised mainly of 15 thousandths and 10 thousandths phosphor bronze wire soldered together. And I used the complex catenary profile that this PRR used. This includes the sagging messenger wire and the 2 lower wires, one of which is the contact or trolley wire, and one located just above it known as the auxiliary wire. These lengthwise wires are modeled with the 15 thousandths wire, and all the vertical pieces connecting them are modeled with 10 thousandths. This, I feel, gives it a more fine-scale look. The catenary sections are constructed on a board and then hung on the layout once the poles are set into place. The wire holds its shape very nicely with a minimal amount of tension, but it is fairly delicate. This necessitated creating my own pantographs that'll run on this wire without damaging it. Because it's not energized, I use very, very fine styrene rod to construct the upper portions of my pantographs, and these are designed so that if they snag on the wire, they'll just break off. We'll actually see an example of this later in the video. The support structures for the wire, known as K-bridges, are made just like the prototype, from basically just basic shapes, H-columns, angles, T's,
and in some cases I-beams. Here we're looking east towards the Elmore interlocking, and we can see the main line fan out from four tracks to 6 as it heads west. This bridge carries the Staten Island Rapid Transit over the Pennsylvania Railroad. It was a B&O connection that started at Cranford, New Jersey off the Central and New Jersey Railroad, crossed over here and on into Staten Island. Because this bridge on the prototype was likely here before the catenary was installed on the Pennsylvania, it provided for a less than standard clearance for the catenary wires. That necessitated the use of special attachments to the bridge in order to get the catenary wire to dip down low enough to clear the bridge completely. This is the Wheatina factory in Rahway with its unique square water tower, fashioned to look like its famous cereal box. Actually, at one time, the wheat was grown just across the street from the factory building itself. The factory structure is scratch-built, and the water tower is a kit bash with the box structure being scratch-built. Since modeling the Elizabeth scene, I've moved almost entirely to scratch-built structures on the layout, except with a few kits or portions of backgrounds to enhance the layout. This girder bridge over Irving Street in Rahway is typical of that found in many urban areas. You notice the portion over the sidewalk. The girder is less steep than the bridge portion that travels further over the road. The end pieces are standard Central Valley bridge girder, but I had to scratch build the center section to match it. It's made from 60,000 styrene with some strip overlays. It's mylar overlays, all of which is embossed with rivet detail. This is the very large downtown Rahway station, built from layering styrene and lots of kit bash Tichy windows. In this next video segment, we'll see two trains passing over Irving Street in Rahway. One is a southbound streamliner, the other is an eastbound Mail and Express train. Mail and Express business was very important to the railroads in the late 60s as it kept many passenger trains running and provided extra revenue for the railroads. Pennsy did a great deal of this business. Not only did they incorporate head into traffic into many scheduled passenger runs, but they also had many dedicated Mail and Express trains, one of which we see here. This large girder bridge over Grant Street in Rahway does not actually support the track, but rather the passenger platform above. Behind it is a more standard bridge type arrangement that carries the tracks over the street. Here again, you'll notice on the left there's a more modern aluminum streamline style street lamp. On the right, an older, more ornate style on the station side. On the fascia, we see a postcard image of the Rahway station as it appeared probably in the 20s or 30s. That station is long gone. It has since been replaced by two different versions, and the current one is operated by New Jersey Transit. In keeping with Murphy's Law and the fact that mishaps tend to happen when visitors are watching, here we see an eastbound mail train with its GG1's pantograph collapsed. What happens is it's probably snagged somewhere on the catenary and it's sheared off as designed, rather than tear down large portions of the catenary structure. Much easier to replace a small piece of pantograph than it is to restring all that wire. Happily, that fast westbound train that we see here shortly kept its pantograph intact, and it looks like it's handling it rather well. This is the Union Interlocking Electrical Substation. These were typically found at interlockings, and the purpose of these installations was to step down the 132,000 volt transmission power from the overhead power lines to 11,000 volts for the trolley wire that go into the locomotives. This structure is made from cardstock. My very good friend and collaborator Ron Hess used his Cameo cutting machine to draw and cut out the individual truss pieces. On the prototype, the vertical columns are made from 4 angle pieces in the corner, and then the X's, if you will, are made from alternately inward and outward facing pieces of angle. To simulate this, I punched rivet detail with a pin where appropriate, and added pieces of stripped styrene to some of the angles on the outside to give it a more three-dimensional effect. Basically, it's just paper and Elmer's glue. Here's Perth Amboy and Woodbridge branch in the foreground, with the elevated main line in the background. At Union Interlocking, these tracks drop down off the main line and continue on to Perth Amboy, where they join up with the CNJ to form the New York and Long Branch Railroad. Up on the main line, we see what's known locally as the eastbound hole. On the far left, you can see the westbound track descending to its westbound hole or underpass, and on the far right, the eastward connecting track, which comes up to form the 6-track main line, which will continue from here east to Elmora Interlocking. In the background, you could see the Union Interlocking signal tower. That was also built by my friend Ron Hess. Thank you, Ron. In April of 1967, the CNJ closed its Jersey City waterfront terminal, and the majority of its trains would then terminate at Newark's Penn Station under what would be known as the Aldine Plan. This was a New Jersey State Department of Transportation program to consolidate commuter rail services. With this, trains from the New York and Long Branch would come up the Pennsylvania main line and terminate at Newark Penn Station. Under this agreement, the CNJ trains ran express only in this territory and were not allowed to make any stops here. We see a CNJ train master with a train originating in Bayhead on its way to Newark, ascending through the eastbound hole. We conclude our visit to the finished portion of the layout here at Colonia. This was alongside Route 27, or the Lincoln Highway, with the New Dover Road overpass on the right. The station, which has been gone for more than 50 years now, was an old farmhouse-style building. Likely it housed the station master in the quarters above. The unique concrete deco stairways were made using a piece of 1/8 inch basswood cut on a scroll saw. I then made a rubber mold and cast the sides out of resin and scratch built the step treads from styrene. Notice, as was common practice, the graduating height of the tall catenary poles as they move higher to clear the roadway overpass. We conclude now with a view of the Miami-bound Silver Meteor of the Seaboard Railroad with its signature Sun Lounge car and Observation Tavern Lounge car. I'd like to thank Mark Moritz and Jim Walsh for the help in preparing this video, and I'd like to thank all of you for visiting my Pennsylvania Railroad, New York Division.
Well, thank you for joining us tonight for the third night of NERx. Come on back tomorrow and we'll do it again. We want to thank again Mini Prints and ITLA for their sponsorship of NERx tonight. And boy, wasn't that an amazing layout to finish things up with? Goodness. Good night, all. See you tomorrow.